Good evening, guys. Hey, CR. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Welcome to another live stream this Saturday evening. And we have three in the house. Please put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are. Hey, Tammy. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good. And I hope everything has been good for you too, CR. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait until more people will drop in. Hey, Thor, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How has your week been? Doing good. Had a new grandbaby this week. Keeping. That's awesome. Congrats, Tammy. Hey, Joseph. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good. And I still have my coffee here. Just got back from a SHOT Show. Freaking exhausted. Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, okay. Will do, Tammy. No problem. And before I forget something, the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual. If anybody are up for it, feel free to click on that link and join me up here. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, PV? I hope your week has been good. And PV, the link is still pinned in the chat, top of the chat, so feel free to join me up here, buddy. And today's topic for today's stream is information streams and warning systems. And that's another topic from PV. That was his suggestion. Okay, PV, no problem. You have a sec. And I tried to do some research on today's topic, but I didn't find that much, actually. So I think PV can explain this more than I can, because I believe he has more knowledge about this than me. And we wait for PV to join me up here, so yep. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother.
Hello. You okay?
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear.
Good. Yeah. Been doing a good week. Just say hi to someone in the audience. Thor, good to see you there. CR, Rebel Canners, and Joseph Moore. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, I've had a good week. Nothing drastic. Doing some checks, prep checks, maintenance. Built a couple of little things here and there, usual sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
and then overrided by my main focus every week, every day. Well, 5 days a week fitness. Hendo.
Yeah. Hey, Hendo, good to see you.
Yeah, we had some bad wind and storms last week, or this week, should I say? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There's a bit of storm damage around the country in it, but it's been fairly okay here. We had like 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts with a constant, say, 40 mile an hour wind. But the warnings were there, so everything that's not used outside, bring it indoors. Anything that's potentially going to fly around, bring it indoors. And then that brought the temperature up from freezing the week before. Like the week before was like -4 or 5. This week it's been +8, 9, 10. So it's a very varied week for us.
That's annoying when the temperature jumped from minus to plus.
Yeah,
that's
and
a big jump.
In between, you got rain, so all the farmers' fields are all flooded, all the crops are drenched, and it's just, I think it's just a countdown for the countdown to summer, to be honest.
Yeah.
And everyone here, COVID and flu, whooping cough is ripping through everyone around here. When I had COVID over Christmas, but just about everyone I know has got one of these three. All the hospitals are getting swamped with flu patients and COVID. So it's the time to stay indoors, I think. Stay around the fire.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And as CR says there's freeze-thaw cycles. They're so damaging,
Yeah, and today's topic is another topic suggestions from you, buddy. Information streams and warning systems.
Yeah,
and I tried to do some research on it, but I didn't find not much of value. Actually, I believe you know more about this than I do, so you can explain it a little bit better than I can, probably.
Yeah. Well, what about you said send in some suggestions? So I just sent you a load of about 20 or 30 suggestions, I think. Just work your way through them. I'm not necessarily an expert in any of them, but right, okay. So information streams and warning systems, right? So it's kind of like one of my jobs I used to do. I used to do many jobs. One of them was in a battlefield.
Hey, Booger Butts and Booger Butts MRE. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Booger Butt and Booger Butt MRE. How are you doing?
Yeah, he has a great channel.
It's a bit hard to say when you're trying to refer to him every couple of minutes, but I suppose you can abbreviate it down to B&B or something. So yeah, anyway, I used to work in the tactical electronic warfare and intelligence fields with a bit of signals intelligence thrown on top of that, which was part of the Battlefield Intelligence Gathering Picture, or ISTAR, which is intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, reconnaissance. And what that involved was it's all about collection of information, basically, through various sources, whether that be through drones or people or through electronic surveillance or whatever. It all contributes at the end of the day, and focuses on in one area of a tent, of a headquarters tent, and that's the J2 tent, or the S2 tent, or whatever you want to call it, the intelligence sector. And it's sort of the same thing. It's all information streams and early warning. So that's where I got sort of the idea of this. It makes sense, really, that you can transpose it quite easily to any sort of SHTF or disaster or doomsday scenario. because you've got to, you can't just, as any sort of prepper goes, you can't just sit there and, you got all your beans, bullets, and band-aids in the corner, and you're all sorted, and you sat there reveling in your hey, Uncle Al, how you doing? All right. You sat there reveling in all your successes of all the stores you've accumulated, and you think you're ready. However, it's pretty much pointless unless you're purely in a reactive state. Then you're waiting for the event to hit, whatever that event may be. Depends on the threat of your particular area or what you're prepping for. So you've got to adopt some sort of intelligence gathering, and have some sort of early warning, so it will give you an early indicator as to start adopting different scenarios, different preps, contingencies when the event actually hits. So to mitigate against it, what I think you have to do, this is what I personally do and what I do all the time, is you start off by identifying your specific hazards. So you pinpoint the types of disasters or emergencies that you're most concerned about, like earthquakes, for instance, if you're in an earthquake zone, or floods, if you're in a flood zone, or wildfires, or social unrest, or whatever. And that those threats can then escalate into the big wider threats like volcanoes, EMP attack, blackouts, asteroid impacts, and all this sort of stuff, solar flares. So identify your own specific threats, from localized all the way through to the wider scale threats. And then you've got to so once you know that, you obviously can prepare for it physically in terms of your food, your first aid, and all the rest of it. But then you can then identify dedicated information feeds that will keep you up to date on how those risks or vulnerabilities change over time. So you could go into your own sort of DEFCON mode, if you like. Not sure which is the most reactive, DEFCON 1 or 5. So let's say DEFCON 5, you sat there and there's no threat immediately at hand. Through your information feeds, it will allow you to escalate into DEFCON 1, for instance, which is you're then acting on the information you received, so that you can put your preps into effect then. So you got to align your responses once the trends are spotted and announced. And you can do through a variation of activities, either whether you're going to actually evacuate or bug out, or start boarding up the windows, or the immediate things like duck and cover, for instance, immediate actions on sort of thing. So it depends on your lead time, really, and how much time of warning you've got. And then you can then pass that information on to other people through your own pre-arranged information feeds, whatever that might be. We'll probably talk about that in a bit. So I think that the key thing is, when you're looking at your various information streams, is try not to seek out conspiracies, because you want to keep an eye out for the big changes, the big indicators, but don't use sort of a mental microscope to find the changes, because you'll just be delving into irrelevant detail, and it will be hard to interpret if it is an actual threat or not, or if it's just someone trying to scaremonger. The newspapers are good at that sort of thing. So
fear mongering.
Yeah, fear mongering. A lot of channels do that as well nowadays, and to be honest, a lot of channels are just not even worth looking at, because they're getting their information from newspapers as well, or some channels will say an unknown source, or my friend who works in a secret place, all this crap. So
yeah,
you're best off, at the worst case, if you're not really wanting to delve into any sort of dedicated information stream, then just keep a loose eye on things. And if you're not really fully prepared, you'll most likely, you will likely get enough warning to set some sort of plan in motion anyway. But the key thing is we want information as soon as it happens to give you as much lead time as possible to prepare for the event that you're preparing for. So once you've got an indication of anything's happening, then you've got to, I wouldn't act on that specific one stream. You've got to verify that information from at least 2 sources, and the more the better. So verify the information from multiple sources before you rely on it. You know, you don't want to start bugging out at the moment's notice because you heard something on the news. You want to validate it 2 or 3 different types of sources and make sure those sources.
You need to have that information verified.
Yeah, and make sure when you start off monitoring your information streams that you verify their sources don't come from the same one anyway. For instance, most newspapers and news networks get their information from, I think it's 5 or 6 at most, news agencies, Reuters, Associated Press, and so on and so on. So you want an independent, validatory source of information, basically. You've also got to be aware of your own biases and information fatigue, because you could spend, you've heard the term doom scrolling. You could spend hours and hours and hours scrolling through different feeds, and you'll just get swamped with information overload. It would just cloud your judgment, basically. So it can be too complex. And then develop a plan for how you will access the information during a power outage, for instance, because things like power outages are quite a common secondary effect of most disasters anyway.
Yeah.
And a knock-on effect from that is develop, internet disruption as well, which will go hand in hand with a localized power event, for instance. It basically enables us to, by having an information or an early warning system, it enables us to reinforce our situation. It could allow you to go out and gather extra supplies. There's a lot of preppers, including me. I've got a standby list and I know where to go and what to get if anything should happen. And I did this with when COVID hit. Me and the missus went straight down to local Lidl, got all the extra stuff we needed. We knew we wanted to get if anything should happen. So the extra lead up time enables people to gather extra supplies, you see. It also allows people to get to safety, establish their priorities, get over the fear factor or something actually happening, because it can be a shock to the system for some people that something's actually kicked off. And then, in amongst all that, it will allow you finally to warn other people. Tell other people, don't just keep it secret to yourself. Although I suppose some people want to do that, but if you're on a power surge or whatever. So I suppose that's the sort of background to it. And then you got to decide what type of information stream or early warning system you want for your type of threat. And so I've got to say, I've been looking at this today, and there is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of different approaches you could do to this, different types of information, where you get it from, and all this sort of stuff. Most of it is internet based, but a warning's a warning,
Yeah.
Yeah, like Hugo says there, warning systems like alarms don't go off, always go off, so you need that awareness.
Yeah.
An early warning system could be as simple as an alarm, fire alarm, for instance, smoke alarm, flood alarm, tsunami alarm, and this sort of stuff. So they're thrown into the big pot of early warnings. So yeah. So when you're looking at different types of information feeds, I mean, there's various websites you can go onto. I've looked at some today, and I'll show you what I've got in a minute. But there's also, your phone is a key tool in this. So sign up to download some apps on your phone, some alert apps. Two I've got. Well, one that I think just about most people have got is the government emergency alert system. That's a good one because they'll just do a blanket text emergency alert transmission, and it just appears on everyone's phones, and you'll get it. And they can they can pinpoint that down to certain areas and certain cell phone areas. So if you live on the coast, it will ping everyone on the coast that's under threat, or for a certain distance inland as well, that there's a flood alert or a tsunami alert, for instance, and to get out of the area quickly. And they should be doing that fairly quick. Most countries have got that in place. Britain isn't fully working yet. They tested it out last year and it didn't work properly. But it's in place in most places. And I think one of the key examples of that happening was when Hawaii, someone sent an emergency alert out to residents in Hawaii 3 or 4 years ago, whatever it was, that North Korea was just about to, it launched a missile heading towards them. And everyone started panicking, and people were throwing their kids down sewers and all sorts of stuff and all this sort of thing. And it eventually turned out that it was it was a false alarm. Anyway, the point is, there's an emergency alert system out there. Use it or lose. I can't see why, as a prepper, you wouldn't sign up to the government one, and it's on just about every smartphone anyway. So you're not giving any information away. You're giving your location away, but do you want to be alerted to disaster or not? So so there's many apps out there to do that sort of thing. Another one which I've got is a solar flare app. What's it called? The Aurora. It's an Aurora solar flare alert one. My phone's in the other room at the moment. Anyway, there's a solar flare alert. So as soon as the satellites that monitor solar flares detect one, the information will be validated by 2 or 3 other satellites, as always good intel is, and then it will get pinged out to everyone using the app. So it'll give you advance warning, you see, and then you can kick your plan into gear, as opposed to hearing it on the news and you've just lost 3 or 4 hours, if you're lucky. So lead up time is key, really. Hugo says, got ham radios, but don't really know how to pick up repeaters. Right, okay, yeah. So ham radios is another sort of method. So by radio. So if you're using radio, you can use CB, which is a good localized thing. World band radios. Some of the world band radios receive only are excellent, hand cranked, little solar panels on them, inbuilt batteries. So it's an item that will enable you to pick up any worldwide transmission, basically, from another country. So if you're in a wide area and something's happened, you just don't know what, has it affected me? Has it affected all of America? Has it affected the whole of Europe? If you've got a world band radio, you can tune into other countries around the world using their world service transmission, and you can be able to determine if it is localized or not.
Yeah.
Some I think the ones in America, the NOAA radios, NOAA, They're dedicated weather receivers as well, so it'll give you constant weather updates. Ham radios, obviously, it's it's an independent portion from the grid. Sorry, it's independent from the internet.
Yeah.
It can be independent from the grid. You just need basically a 12-volt battery or generator, and you can fire up your ham radio, get talking to other people with ham radios. And if you've got a ham radio with the right license, you're talking potentially worldwide communication. And yeah, and it can go right down to walkie-talkies. Turn any walkie-talkie. You don't even have to speak on these radios. You can just switch it on, see what's happening. And if anything is happening in your area, it'll be, I can guarantee that it'll be alive with people talking. What's happening? How many died? When's it going to be over? And all this sort of stuff. So yeah, radios are an excellent resource, primarily because they're independent of internet and grid. The only thing I'd say with radios like CB, ham radios, walkie-talkies, is that you'll probably look at those and rely on those once something's happened and not before something's happened. So they're not really warning you of a picture that's building, but they have their uses because you can interlink afterwards and find out what's happened. So they are definitely valuable. Yeah. And likewise, if anyone's really getting into the tech side of it, you can always get an SDR dongle, a software-defined radio dongle. It's the size of a USB stick. Stick it into the side of your computer or phone, and all you need is an antenna then, and you can pick up the same as anyone using a ham radio or a broadband radio then, all the way up to the whole spectrum basically. If you get the right dongle, the right antenna, they don't cost much. You can probably get the package for $50 American, £50 British, and you can cover from say 500 kilohertz, 300 kilohertz, all the way up to 2.4 gigs. Receive only. That's the only thing. But they are a tool, and those were used in the early stages of Ukraine when Russia went in, because there was a big. If you go to the SDR dongle website, just type in SDR dongle, one website will come up. It actually tells you about an article there about people who looked upon as suspicious because they had these dongles and they thought they were spies. So, be wary if you're going to start putting up elaborate equipment, antennas and stuff like this in the face of any sort of foreign threat or invasion, then that's the sort of thing you've got to be aware of, you see. So radio, yeah, definitely a good one. Emergency alert system, yeah. And of course, the other ones then, got the National Weather Service you can tune into or go online, various websites, FEMA, or whatever country equivalent people have got, the CDC website or equivalent. I'll make it American centric. Homeland Security or your local emergency management office if your country has got a local emergency management office. So a combination of these or a selection of all these, you can start building up a really good, robust sort of set of information streams then to give you more judgment and foresight as to any impending sort of scenario or build-up scenario. You could always not bother and just so Booger Button RE says, for someone like myself who's on a fixed income, aren't we all? What are the best preparations to get? Right. Are you talking about information preps, or put in the comments? Are you talking about information preps or any sort of other prep like food, water, and all that sort of stuff? So yeah, you can go back to if you know some people could not. They could always say like Idaho Garden Girl there. Hello, by the way. They could say my internet's bad. It can't be relied upon for these sorts of information streams. Right. Okay. B&B. I'll answer that in a minute.
Boogerbot says any.
Right. I'll just get to that in a sec. So if your internet is unreliable, or you're in a bad signal area, or if you're in an area with no signal, then you could go back to the old ways of information sort of analysis, if you like. And that is good old grapevine, talking to other people, neighbors. They might go and travel through work to areas which have got signals and this sort of stuff. You always got the TV, although information selection of information feeds by news streams, mainstream media is a bit viewed as filtered these days, but it's always a stream of information. Something might come on TV saying there's a developing situation in the south of the country. It's up to you to then start investigating and questioning it through other means. And then, like I say, you can always, there's the grapevine. People always talk and word spreads. And then you could even go down to the situation, the key indicators in shopping stores. The key indications in shopping stores, which is another information stream, is has all the toilet roll run out? Is there a scramble for the water? If you go into your shop and all of a sudden there's all the cans of beans are starting to go missing, and all the water's starting to deplete off the shelf, and there's no toilet rolls left, and you've been living in the middle of the nowhere for the last 3 weeks, you say to a store clerk, what's happening? Why is why is there a big queue in the forecourt of the gas station? Why are the shelves starting to get empty? And he will say, yeah, okay, the ships have been stopped in the Suez Canal or something like that. So a physical indication of shopping is another sort of last minute sort of indicator, if you like, that will indicate to you something's happening. And CR says there, I actually heard about the toilet paper thing from Facebook. Well, yeah, there you go. Facebook, another one. So just going back to Scramble for the Toilet Paper version 2, yeah, that was a joke, wasn't it? People fighting over a bog roll. There was so going back to Boogerbutt MRE, who said, what was the initial question? What's the preps? What preps to get? Did they say?
Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
Just scrolling back.
There we have it.
What are the best preps to get? Well, I think my personal opinion is you've got to prioritize what's most important in relation to the threat. So if the threat is high crime, you're still going to have an infrastructure there to go shopping. So food won't be as much of a threat as weapons and defense and security, for instance. So in that scenario, door locks, door braces, window locks, and all this sort of stuff. Cameras, lighting. But if your other threat is a generic threat, then look at a generic set of preps. So food, water, defense, first aid. So and there's various ways you can do it. And the classic one, which definitely works and is a really good solution every time you go shopping, put put an extra couple of cans of food in the shopping basket, and over a month, 2 months, 3 months, it'll gradually build up. Aim for a week worth of preps to start with. Once you got a week, you can then target yourself for 2 weeks and 3 weeks and so on. When you build up to yourself to 3 month stage, you've got a good supply there, which will take you through a lot of situations. So, you can start doing it that way. What can't you live without? So water and food, basically. And if it's some sort of disaster scenario, then some injury is going to be involved. So first aid kit, and there's plenty of websites that will do this better than I'm explaining it here. I'd suggest, some of the good websites out there, credible, valid information. Go to the CDC website. They'll provide you with lists and all sorts, and they're very good. Hand crank radio, as we said, a good torch or flashlight, first aid kit, batteries, all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, that's another avenue. But on the information side of it, a good world band radio would be a good one. And you can get some cheap ones, some expensive ones. Start small and just build yourself up. Once you've got the key elements, then you can just build on that and gradually upgrade your gear. So, yeah, the shopping side of it is an indicator of if anything's starting to develop, and likewise, any sort of pattern in the community that's starting to change could be a good indicator. I used to call it the pattern of life. So get to talk to your neighbours, take a walk around your local area, and you can start to, as well as feeling the benefits of the exercise you're getting, you will start to build up a mental picture of the pattern of life and what is normal in your neighborhood. And then you can start to see changes as things develop, whether that be crime or whatever. But the pattern of life changes is another key indicator. And of course, the big one, which is probably one of the best, I suppose, is social media. Social media feeds, whatever it is, Facebook, Twitter, and the whole overload of hundreds of different versions of Facebook and Twitter out there. Use them. And as soon as anything happens, the need for people to want to be famous or have the exclusive these days is so valuable to us, because it means they want to be the first to break the story. And if they break the story and they've got some good footage, of course they're going to make money out of it, because the newspapers will buy the footage off them, and it escalates from there, and you get the viral effect. So I think for me, Twitter is a really, really good tool, because it's a quick burst of different feeds that you can subscribe to. You can follow people and so on. And it's instant sort of small messaging, and it will give you a straight away, there's a flood in Venezuela. It's escalated into this or wildfire. Then you can trigger you then to start looking at your dedicated feeds for that sort of scenario. So Twitter is a really good one. That's I think it's really valuable. Likewise, Facebook. I think Facebook is slightly slower in terms of that sort of response. To be honest, I don't use Facebook, so I refuse to entertain.
Yeah,
Zuckerberg.
Facebook is a little bit slower than Twitter, but the information get there.
Yeah, I think it's just the way the information is sort of projected and distributed. It's not as quick. But anyway, social media is the key thing there. You know, start following people. If you're using Twitter, start following people who it's their job to sort of work in the fields that you're interested in. So if you're interested in the next disease X or the big pandemic, then you can start following key personalities, key accounts that are involved in the top of their field, like, you know, the professor of virology, wherever it is, or the professor of this X, Y, and Z, or professor of tsunamis and earthquakes and so on. And they'll give you their expert opinion and they'll tweet it. And, you know, what better information could you ask for? Straight from the horse's mouth there, straight from an expert, straight into your computer. There you go. Who are you going to consult and say, is that right? Because an expert has just told you. Obviously, like we said earlier, get your information validated by other sources, 2 or 3 different sources. But Twitter is such a valuable tool. I think it's good for immediate news feeds straight away. Yeah, definitely. Another good one is a group or a citizen generated data site. It's like a lot of these are becoming more popular nowadays for digital solutions. And what they are, they're like crowdsourced information feeds. So let me explain. You'll get let's think. I'll give an example of a website in a second. It's called, let's have a look. Right, there's a website called Ushahidi. Now, Ushahidi,
Okay.
it's USH. I'll drop the link in the comments. Ushahidi is a citizen-generated data solution website that can be used for all manner of things, and one of them is for humanitarian disaster relief. Anyway, what people do is in a specific area, once you sign up to this sort of system, they contribute information and it generates a bigger picture and tells you what's going on, basically, from the people on the ground. So whether you're in a disaster area or not, then, you know, these sorts of websites can be used for your own benefit, really. They do require a bit more delving into. I'll just drop the link there. That's one, for instance. That's just an example. But, you know, they're out there and they are becoming more popular for these sort of tech geeks who are doing digital startup companies or coordinating big events and this sorts of stuff. Anyway, that's a bit. I personally don't use that sort of stuff because it's too involved, really, and I haven't got the time to start messing around with that sort of stuff. So another one similar to that is sort of a group generated sites. You know, same sort of thing, really. They contribute information sources and stuff like that. And I think the main one, which we've been using since sort of the 60s, is the good old TV in the corner, or, you know, news, mainstream media, really. But as I've said, mainstream media has got a habit of selectively filtering what you see. You know, so out of all the news that's going on in the world, you get one guy, the editor, who decides what 6 stories you're going to hear that night, for instance. You know, is that really good to what you want to hear? It's designed for the general public, you know, aimed at the 11-year-old, basically, the 11-year-old mind, because they've got to target the news feed and literacy to the average reading age, really, which is, in this day and age, it's 11 years old. So the point is, it's a good key indicator of anything big happening. because they like to jump over these things and sensationalize it. So take that, consult other feeds, decide what you're going to do, basically. And a couple of others, you got forums, online forums, and each one of these will have a sort of what's in the news sort of section. Discord forums. Discords are quite good. I'm a moderator for a Discord forum. It's a prep forum. And, Discord, I'll give you an example of how good a Discord server is. I was warned by a bloke in Vietnam that something was about to hit Britain and the world. This was COVID. Back in early December. When was it? 2019. So I thought, that's suspicious. So anyway, checked out his news feed and all his links, and it was all pointing towards this unknown pneumonia-like virus going around in Wuhan.
Yeah.
I'll drop the link in there if you want, Endo.
Yeah, feel free to.
Yeah, so he warned us. We looked at it, me and the missus. We spent a couple of weeks really looking at it and delving into it, and it started to develop. We thought there was something going on here. And it wasn't until, in fact, we spent about a month pondering over it. It wasn't until January, it started to escalate then, the situation, and it started to get more prevalent in the news, and all these scientists were coming out and all this sort of stuff. At that stage, people just thought it was, it was like the swine flu scenario back in 2010, I think it was, 2009. And it was all going to blow over. I thought, right, it got me from not even knowing about COVID to going down the shops with the Contagion tune ringing in my ears and getting all the top-up preps I needed. It allowed me to get all the extra PPE I needed. And, of course, at that time, we didn't know what it was. As far as mainstream media was concerned, it was disease X was about to hit everyone and going to wipe us all out. So I ordered enough, all the gear to make 2 sick rooms, plastic sheeting, duct tape, gloves, gowns, white overalls, all this sort of stuff, masks, goggles, you name it, we got it. Literally, 2 weeks after I ordered this stuff, the government put a clamp down on it all because it was then starting to get reserved. Yeah, flatten the curve. It was starting to get reserved for government use and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The point being, Discord was my early warning stream, and I acted on it and got there in time. And then you saw the rest of it develop. So, another information stream, I'll drop the link in a sec. Yeah, I suppose you could count that as a social media thing. And then look for, go to any sort of specialist website in a certain field, like virology or earthquakes or forest fires or anything like this. And they'll always have some sort of news tab or press releases or something like that. Look under those.
Hey, Howie. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Howie. And those sorts of websites under the news tab or the press release tab, they'll give you another indication of if anything's developing or an expert analysis opinion or all this sort of stuff on various things. Of course, all this sort of stuff, it needs power. So make sure you got a power source to power all this sort of stuff once something has happened, and if there is some sort of power outage. So get your batteries, generator, panels.
Yeah, have a portable power station like this one.
Right. Yep. Definitely. They're they're good. I think I said before. Actually, I would aim at getting three of those portable power stations. They're expensive, but that'll be my sort of golden solution for
they are
those.
expensive.
Because if you've got three and a good solar array, then you've got one power in the fridge, one on standby fully charged, and the other one charging. You can just rotate them around then, and keeping that fridge going or freezer going. Got a guarantee, refrigeration is going to be severely missed when the power goes down. And likewise, you could seek out universities near you that focus on specific concerns. For example, if you're worried about earthquakes, you can search for universities with sort of strong programs in geology or seismology, and they'll provide you with probably a better and more detailed information update or stream than the media will any day. But to be honest, unless you're right next to a university or someone who's at university, they probably can be pretty hard to gain access to down that stream. You're probably better off looking at the people in universities who are doing projects on earthquakes, for instance, or geology or seismology, and follow them on Twitter. That's probably your best bet, really. So you're adopting some sort of cycle now, and you can relate. Well, I would relate this to the intelligence cycle the military use. So you're planning, you're collecting the information, you're analyzing the information. Is the information valid? Is it relevant to me? Do I act on that information? Then you process it and exploit the information, then delve into the detail. And then finally, at the end of all this collection that you've been doing, and you validated it, and you think, right, yeah, it's definitely going to happen. It's coming our way. It's time to start acting. Then disseminate what information you have to other people, friends, family. Give them the heads up. Get on the freeway now. Get on the motorway now. Get out before the roads get clogged. Like I said, a key factor to all this sort of stuff, early warning stuff, is if you have to bug out by any means, especially on road, you want to get out as quickly as possible, because we all know it doesn't take much for the roads to get clogged. And once everyone hits those roads, that's it. You're in a 24-hour car park. So, you got to be your own. Unfortunately, we're not part of a big network of. We're not a big department. We're not our own disaster department. So you've got to be your own intelligence cell. You've got to be your own operations cell, your own admin cell, resupply cell, and so on and so on. And I tell you, it can turn into a full-time job. It's bad enough trying to maintain your preps in the corner and check them and replenish them and go out and buy new preps and continually roll stuff over. And on top of all that, you've got to monitor what's happening in case you get blindsided. So, you could always be part of a group, a prepper group, which doesn't necessarily have to meet each other. They could be part of an online group, like a Discord forum, for instance, or an online forum where, it's in everyone's best interest. Whenever they find something out, they tell everybody else. and then it just spreads then, and you can all work on it and act together. Yeah, that Discord forum is it's not too active at the moment, but you tend to find that you know, as soon as anyone mentions the word nuclear, all my nuclear videos start ramping up in views, and everyone starts jumping on forums who are not used to going onto forums and start asking questions. So, what we got in there? Let's look at the comments.
Yeah. One guy is Charles Kyle says I'm backstage. Yeah, I can see that, but it says Red Bull Fan 40, but I'm not sure if that is.
That rings a bell. Is that the one that put all that Turkish porn on the on your feed a couple of months ago?
Well, I don't want to take any risks because I'm not.
Yeah, well, he can contribute in the comment section for a while if he wants.
Yeah, you need to.
So, is anyone?
I don't.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't want to have any problems or issues, but
yeah,
it happens and before, and I'm not really. I don't want to have problems with that again.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm really paranoid when I don't know the person.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not a regular visitor.
Yeah.
I can't allow anything.
Yeah.
It's for my own safety.
A couple of websites I use for early warning, and my sort of intel streams. I'll read a couple of them off because I've got quite a few. There's loads out there. You got the RSOE, RSOE-edis.org. In fact, can I drop some of these links in the?
Yeah, feel free to do so.
Right.
No problem.
So I'll drop a load of links in the comment section, and these are quite good. Right, this one here, for instance, it's RSOE EDIS, and it's an event map. Basically, when you click on the link, it gives you a worldwide map and all the events that are happening in the world right now or have just happened, ranging from mass casualty incidents, bird flu, CBRN incidents, fires, floods, earthquakes, the whole lot. And basically, when you look at it, a lot of these are like this now. There's quite a few of these sort of things. Storms. You got Typhoon Candice, which is in the Indian Ocean. You know, a lot of these websites will do this sort of stuff, and you can look at it, look at your area, or look at. I mean, this day and age, you don't even have to look at your area because one event will have a knock-on effect throughout the rest of the world in some cases. So you could look around other places and see what's occurring. So, for instance, Southeast Australia. There's a picture of a cricket there on a little yellow symbol, and that's down as an ecological disaster. Proliferation of animal pests. New outbreak of fire ants threatening agriculture and livestock. So, so no doubt, if you delve into the weeds of that article, you can look at what agriculture is getting affected, what livestock's getting affected. You know, and then you can start asking questions like, is that produce from the agriculture, does it get delivered to my country? Do I eat it? And so on and so on. Therefore, you can determine whether there's going to be a shortage down the line, as an example, sort of thing. So that's one thing. So that's a good map to look at. It gives you a sort of generalized picture of what's going on, and you know, it's up to you then to delve into the weeds. Let's have a look. Another one.
Yeah, I have opened that map link. I have opened both of your links, and I have bookmarked them so I know I have them, so I can find them later. So
yeah, the good thing about these is you can just make a folder in your favorites called Warning Systems or whatever you want, and just drop the links there. And then every day you can just open all the links, have a quick browse through, done. Anything jumps out at you.
Yeah, it's also over Sweden too, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, you know, and you got another one here. It's called. I'll drop the link. it's another disaster alert one. There we go. pdc.org, disasteralert.pdc.org. Another map-based system similar to the last one. The good thing about these, this is more of a floods, tornado, natural hazards sort of thing. The good thing about these is you can cross-reference it with other maps and determine where the information's come from. It provides you with some sort of validation. Then, obviously, look at the dates that it's been reported, because some of these, like the volcano in Indonesia, Semeru volcano, that was reported 7 months ago, and it gives you an update. So the latest update was an hour ago, and it will tell you the situation of that volcano, for instance. So if you're flying anywhere in the vicinity of that area, you know, potentially your flight may be disrupted because volcanic ash, if it goes up. So you've got that one there.
This is awesome maps, actually. I like
excellent.
this.
Yeah, you know, you're getting someone else to do the work for you, basically.
Yeah.
Another one in a slightly different format. GDAX. It's let's have a look. Is that the right link? Yeah, that's the right link. Right, GDAX, Global Disaster Alert and a Coordination System. And this one will give you current alerts, so earthquakes, and it will depict it in green, amber, or red, depending on severity. And it will tell you where it is. It's not as visually easy to identify because you've got to trawl through the ongoing disaster list, but that's another sort of format to look at. Let's have a look at another one. You know, there's various.
You can obviously create an account there too, I see.
Yeah,
so that's good.
Yeah. Right, one of the best ones. You have to pay for this though. Is called Global Incident Map.com. I'll drop. This is more America centric. Right, here we go. So 2 seconds. Right, this is probably the best one I've seen, but you have to pay for it. It does give you elements of it free. And so the link I've just dropped down there is the presidential threat map. Like I was saying, you know, so you can click on various indicators or events, and it basically tells you to go to the login page, because you have to log into. I think you get a free 3-day trial, so you can trial it out. Like I say, you have to pay for it, but at the bottom of the page, you can see different subjects ranging from kidnappings, hooliganism, gang incidents, major drug incidents, all the way through to aviation incidents and stuff. And
yeah,
they give you detailed breakdown as to what that event is, and it is really good.
so how much do you have to pay for this?
I don't know. I haven't paid for it. I just used the. I did use the the free 3-day trial, and it is very good. So, you know, the question is, what can you get from that you can't get from the other free ones I've shown? This one, what this does is it swamps the map with different icons, similar to the other ones, but it gives you detailed information, more detailed information, and news.
Hey, Slippery Pickle, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Slippery Pickle. And news information from various websites that tell you the detail, basically. You know, so that's a good one. There's various aurora forecasts. Let's give you a generalized one here. This one is done by a Canadian university, I believe. Right, so GI Alaska EDU. It monitors it gives you a nice simple picture of the aurora band, basically, and so you can pick out the area you're at, North Pole region, Europe. It'll give you a 27-day forecast based on the current solar events, and it's a nice, easy. You don't have to be a scientist to read the detail. You know, most of these. You know, it will tell you whether you can see the northern lights, and it will give you a graph depicting the KP index and the strength of any sort of flare incoming. You know, so that's a good one.
Yeah, they have for North America, Europe, North Pole, South Pole, Alaska. So
yeah. That's
really cool.
There's various ones of those. There's ones you can get which are far more detailed than that. There's one here which is fire and smoke map, live feed of fire and smoke, and it's called Fire NL.gov. Drop the link. Is it in there? Did that link go through?
I don't see in that link.
Right, there we go.
Ah, now.
Fire and smoke map. So America. So if you're in America or Canada, zoom into your area, and it will give you sort of a status, live status, because it was refreshed at 8:03 p.m., which is a minute ago. So, you know, that's more or less, you know, from this sort of feed, you can see is any fire sort of spreading towards you? Is it creeping towards you, basically? You know, but this is a kind of thing that the more local warning systems will probably kick in before it actually affects you. But anyway, it's a feed, isn't it? So use it as and how you like, basically.
Yeah.
What else we got? Right. Okay, this is an interesting one. It's a nuclear radiation live map. Does the world. Safecast.org. And I don't know if it's centered around Britain. It's probably because of what I've cut and pasted it. And it gives you the air sensors and the radiation sensors levels in your particular area. The radiation sensors will be in microsieverts. So, you know, I suppose if this was in place after Chernobyl, we would have been able to see how much radiation was in northern England, for instance, which affected the sheep and the milk and the cows and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, it does have knock-on effects. What else we got here? I'll give you another one. I'll give you another two, actually. I don't want to just swamp everyone with links. Right, this is a pandemic one. To tell me if that link works. It's called the Virus and Contagious Diseases Map. Does that link work for you? Health map. Oh. Did that link work? I'll do it again. There we go.
Yeah.
Healthmap.org. So this healthmap.org, same as other ones, but it concentrates on diseases. It comes from the Disease Daily website. Pandemics, diseases, emerging threats. So let's have a look. Go to your sort of area. Let's go to Sweden. And you got small circles and big circles. The big circles be a sort of roundup of all the events in that sort of country. And the smaller circles will be specific events. So if you click on a big circle, say for Sweden, it was just giving accumulated things. So you got confirmed influenza, avian flu in Stockholm, Lyon, Sweden, from Mallard. Sweden searches for source of cryptosporidium outbreak, food safety. And if you click on those, it will take you to the article it refers it from. So you can view the full article then, and then start reading about it basically. So and it goes to food safety news, for instance, on that one, for the cryptosporidium one. Sweden searches for source of cryptosporidium outbreak. And then you can see, what is it? So let's have a look. Since mid-December 2023, 68 people from 14 regions have been infected. The majority of patients are from Halland and Yokon. I'll let you say that. Of the cases, 72% are women. The average case is 41, and 79% in the age group 21 to 60. So, you know, and it will tell you the sources of the suspected infection and all this sort of stuff. So it's quite a good website to look at. It does give you, it's more of a it channels you down. Hello, Vanessa. Channels you down one specific road then, and that's the pandemic and disease sort of road. And it's quite good. It'll give you updates and streams
Hey, Vanessa.
You wouldn't have seen from other sort of mainstream things. Let's have a look at one more. Okay, this is quite a good one. Well, they're all good, but depends how you use the information, I suppose. Like I say, just drop like 5 or 6 links in there, and you can get into the information overload sort of phase. So be selective in which one you pick. Right, this one's World Mapper, so worldmapper.org, and you've got a pick there of 1,179 different maps, and they range from just statistical rubbish, total births in 2022, all the way through, all the way through to environmental maps, resources, and all that sort of stuff. So
they have about health too.
Yeah, this is a sort of site that would take you all day to scroll through, basically.
Yeah.
But it's there. How detailed do you want? You can get as detailed as you like, or like I said, you could just go down the shop and see if all the toilet rolls are missing. So use them as you will.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to apps, like I said, your phone is a key tool. Everyone's got a phone. I think most people should have everyone's phone should have the, if you've got a smartphone, that is, the government emergency alert app, if your relevant country's got one, got the system in place. I'd definitely put that on. Mine's switched on because, like I said, who doesn't want to be informed of a disaster? Well, the government's going to spy on me, X, Y, and Z. Well, the government knows where I live anyway because through my passport and driving license. So if you want to come and get me, come and get me. So, there are other ones you can use. And when I'm talking about information distribution as well, you can get things like your family location trackers, for instance. So everyone downloads, I don't know, Life 360 is an app. So you download that, every family member. It does involve switching your location on in your phone. That's something I don't really like doing. But in the event of a disaster or any sort of SHTF thing happening, you can see where they are, and as well as phone. And if if a phone system is up, so another little tool to use, I suppose. It looks pretty easy to use. AccuWeather, that's a good weather alerts app for all sorts of weather types. Of course, most of these, like the AccuWeather app, why bother downloading an app? You just go to the website and bookmark it. You don't have to download an app if your phone is starting to get clogged up with space. You got I suppose everyone's heard of Zello, the walkie-talkie app. You can use that for telling people what's happening. What else we got? I'm trolling through a website here. The FEMA app. That's looks like quite a good one. It'll give you updates on events like hurricanes, floods, flash floods, as it happens. Yeah, that's probably. There's hundreds of them out there. Tornado alert apps. Probably most of these are area specific, so don't start downloading the tornado app if you live somewhere where it doesn't exist. Traffic apps. if you're in a, you've got all these feeds, and you then acted on it. So right, we're bugging out because this is happening. Why not download a traffic live status app as well if you're going to go by road? And if you have acted early and you are getting out quick, because this is the aim, if you're bugging out, you're way ahead of the curve, the roads are clear, get out there, download a traffic app that will tell you where all the roadworks are, any traffic incidents and so on. So if as well as the initial is something happening sort of information feeds or news feeds that you delve into, people should be start to look at how they're going to act after they've got that information. So if they are going to move, foot, horse, car, bike, whatever, plane, train, then download another app to help you on that sort of leg of your journey. Yeah, I mean, generally, it's the slow burn events we can see coming. If you don't have a dedicated sort of news feed or information feed or warning system, then you're going to be in line with the same reactiveness as the average person, because they're going to be subjected to the same streams you are: TV, radio, phones. So you're in amongst them basically. If you want to jump ahead of the curve, get as much early warning as possible, then you've got to start look for the warning signs and your relevant threats. Basically, that's the crux of it. And then so that's all pre-event, that is. Go on. So you can say something, Shadow.
Yeah, I want to share something here.
Yeah.
What we have, it's about what we are talking about, basically. I just want to. There we have it. Okay. This is crisinformation.se.
Right.
Here you get information on hazards and risks, local conditions, finding help and services, disasters and incidents, past and present, flooding, home preparedness, winter traffic, the security situation, power outages.
See you later on,
Carl. Flooding in river. So,
right,
the security situation. The security situation in Sweden's neighboring area.
Yeah.
So I mean, here that's another point, actually. Information, actually.
Another point
is governmental. This website is run by the government.
Right. I mean, at that level, so, most governments at this level want to distribute the information. They want people to look after themselves because it relieves the burden on the actual government. People could argue the fact that the government isn't there to help, but the government can only do so much, and it's probably more interested in self-sustaining itself and looking after itself and maintaining power in some way, shape, or form. So as many people can look after themselves as possible, then all the better. You probably so the bit you're looking at the moment, security situation, most countries around the world will have that sort of page, and it will depict the current sort of terrorist threat state, whether it be high, medium, or low, and it will explain what to do next and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, what happens next. Yeah, good information stream there. So it doesn't hurt to look at that once a week at most, once a day or whatever. I've got a folder on my desktop, my computer, my laptop.
This one has an. They have an app on phone. You can download it for your phone. Right. This specific one. So.
Right. Good.
You can get information through there. So that's really awesome, actually.
Yeah, definitely good. One of many. Like I said, look at it daily, weekly, or whatever. Oof. Vanessa just passed a kidney stone on Tuesday. Oh my God.
Oh Lord.
Was it a big one? Was it a big one or a small one? By the announcement, it's probably going to be big. So yeah, what I do is on my laptop, I've got a little folder called Daily. I right-click that. I use Firefox. I right-click that, open all bookmarks, and 12 or 13 tabs open up, and all these little sort of things I can just look at every morning. Flu and Ebola map, the virus diseases one, the disaster alert maps. Just go for each one of them in the morning. Click, switch them off. Yeah, done. And then you get to find out things throughout the day. The radio is normally always on in the background. Most time the TV's on the corner of some news channel. So if anything is emerging, I'm going to see it or hear it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's as much information out there that can help everyone, no matter what situation or area they're in. So after, that's early warning. Once the event is happening, so the early warning will give you the chance to decide and prioritize what you're going to do. Like I said, you could then start to think, right, let's go and get some boards, chip boards, or whatever for the windows, board the windows up because there's some severe hurricane coming or storm or whatever. It will kick you into touch. Whatever options you've missed, it buy you that little bit of breathing space. Buy you that little bit of time to go down to the shops, stock up with the extra stuff, and get back before chaos breaks out, for instance. There's also crime maps. You can look at there's various crime maps and apps you can look at, and it will give you, put your various location in, and it will tell you the crime trends of your area. So how many burglaries there's been in the last couple of weeks and so on. And you can look at that as a trend and see if it's escalating or declining. Things like this. So once you're bracing for impact now, the event's happening, what are you going to do after the event? The information doesn't stop coming then. It's probably more important than ever because information, you want to tell people you're okay, you want to get in contact with other people or other members of your group or prepper group or family that may not have made it back to where you are. Confirm they're alive for a start off and confirm where they are, they safe, do they want picking up, how are they going to get back. That's if communications as we know it are up. If not, you'll have to resort to alternative comms, internet, ham radio, walkie-talkie, etc. And then you could be literally in the situation where you sat there with no power anymore because power's gone. You may be on your generator or your batteries and your panels or your wind turbine, and you're sat there, thumbing around your broadband radio, trying to establish what's happening. And if the grid goes down, the internet goes down, you haven't got a ham radio, you literally got your broadband radio for a source of information. Hopefully it's not a widespread event and you will be able to pick up local stations telling you what's going on. They may tell you to go to a certain area for, I don't know, a helicopter rescue or a boat rescue or whatever the scenario is. But the key thing is you want to know what's happened, basically. Is it going to last? How many have been killed? Do I stay in? Do I go out? And so on and so on. Goodbye, Slippery Pickle.
Take care, Slippery Pickle. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
And in conjunction with any sort of information, you could always have a reference book as well. I've got a little book full of prepper-related information, and I've got all my stores and run-out dates in there. But as well as that, I've got little reminders in there as well, like radiation, for instance.
Yeah.
So what does a grey? What's a microsievert? What's a rad? Because if you're hearing information, I don't know, over the radio, for instance, and they say, oh, the levels are expected to get to 3 microsieverts. What is that? What does that mean? Does that mean, are they safe levels? Are they safe to go outside? Are they so dangerous you can't go outside, or are they so dangerous you've got no chance of rescue at all? You're going to die. So it doesn't hurt to have some sort of book with you to help you along in that sort of way. Yeah, so what's a Rentgen, for instance, a RAD, a REM, and a CVERT. One of those websites we looked at earlier was in CVERTs, for instance.
Yeah.
And the only thing it says on there is, at the bottom of the scale was green, the top of the scale was red. If you haven't got access to the internet, how do you know what's what? So a physical book can help you on some sort of scale refer to it, basically. Yeah, Vanessa there, helicopter rescue, not in my lifetime. When it comes to big assets like that, helicopters, you're literally, any aid agency that comes to an area, they've got limited assets. They're just about self-sustainable as it is.
Yeah.
More often than not. Well, I'll tell you what happens in a big scenario, a big disaster like a tsunami or a big earthquake. What normally happens is the power goes off, obviously, because all the infrastructure is gone. Therefore, you've got no cell towers because the cell towers have been ripped down. Total destruction everywhere. All the roads have been taken out. The railway system's taken out. All the boats are having trouble getting in because they can't dock anywhere because that's all in complete disruption. So what have you got? What happens is within a couple of days, if you're lucky, the world's aid agencies turn up. The world's media turn up, all wanting their exclusive. So with the media and all these aid agencies, all the satellite channels get used up. They'll be like gold dust. So if you've got a satellite phone, you may get through if you're lucky.
If you're lucky,
yeah. All those channels will be grabbed by the satellite feeds that they use in all the little the RB GANs and the GANs, the little suitcase feeds that they pop open and they can talk via satellite. And they're all pretty much whipped together at the last minute. You get lots of agencies that are on standby all the time. And they, depending on the scenario, they pick a handful of people they know they've got the skills, like paramedics, for instance, firemen. They've signed up to a certain scheme. There is what I can't remember. The Rubicon is one of the agencies that we use over here. So Team Rubicon, for instance, and they get them together at short notice and fly them out. When they arrive on the ground, they're just about self-sustaining. So they can just about look after themselves. One of their main aims, like all the aid agencies, is to establish the extent of damage that the scenario has brought down. And then it'll be realistically, there'll be a token effort sort of help on the ground. Most of it initially will be recceing, and if any helicopters have been deployed, most of them helicopters will probably be involved in recceing the actual area that's been destroyed, really. And then they'll start focusing on during that recce, they'll focus on potential helicopter landing sites. They'll look at potential sites for forward aid stations and distribution stations and all this sort of stuff. So if you're in a big event like the 2004 tsunami, I think it was, then you'll see a helicopter and expect it to come down and get you. Opportunistically, it may, but it may just fly past you and you know, the best case scenario is it takes note of where you are, radios it into their people, and eventually they'll come and find you. So yeah, initially it'll be a small effort, and then gradually it will start to pick up, and the aid sort of package to that area will develop into a bigger and bigger one. But for the first 2 weeks, probably you're on your own. Probably when stuff does arrive, it'll be rationed. Even what is it? The Caribbean. There was a big hurricane, and there was an RFA ship, which is a Royal Navy ship. It was diverted specifically for this this hurricane, and it got to this island. I can't remember which one it was, and it literally, it took a week to 2 weeks to get there. And once it got there, the actual aid that it managed to distribute was pretty minimal, really. There was tons and tons and tons of it, but when you divide that over, hundreds of people, you're looking at, I don't know, 6 or 7 bottles of water each a day, and some other stuff, basic stuff. So on top of all this, when you've got the priorities, exactly. When you've got all these agencies descending on a certain area, and they've taken all the satellite channels, and there's no comms, there's no text, all this sort of stuff, then you crack out your radio, scroll through the channels, you might pick up one of their channels, and bingo. So comms is so underestimated until you need it. We just rely on it so much and take it for granted, really. Yeah, I mean, I can remember Bob coming up with an example a couple of webcasts ago, where he said,
"Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?"
I'm good. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. Continue.
All right. Yeah, sorry. I'll just say how you doing. Right. So I can remember Bob saying he gave an example. Really, he was talking about comms, and it doesn't have to be what I call an all-informed net. Everyone doesn't have to speak to each other. It could be one person coordinating, and as he did there. So he had access to the information. I think he was talking about routes to and from work, hospital. So the person in the know with the transmission capability was texting and keeping commuters up to speed on what sort of routes to take. So from that person commuting backwards and forwards on those safe roads, then that's a good key information flow that they need at the time. And it was a unique one as well, because it wasn't part of an app, wasn't part of any sort of feed that they were accessing. They were accessing a unique direct line through to Bob, who was telling them where to go, what to do. So that's that sort of thing is think outside the box, really. Yeah. Dispatch, yeah, like the police dispatch, CR, yeah, the control room. So you missed the Guardian. You missed all the meat of it. I was talking about different information
C
feeds.
or EC eating.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that I can definitely go back. Okay, no problems here. When you can, though, I'd love to have you up on the panel. It'd be awesome, just to catch up and chat for a little bit. So yeah, I think that I can definitely, with one of these type of streams, I'll definitely go back and listen to it as almost a podcast, obviously, when training or something like that. It's one of those ones that if there's specifically information about this topic, it's always quite an entertaining one as well.
Yeah, well, basically saying that important, depending on what your threat is, choose your sort of information streams as an early warning system wisely. There's so many websites out there, so many different types of things people can look at, listen to, and explore. All the apps as well on your phone, world band radio, TV. But like I said at the beginning, just like any sort of intelligence feed that any credible agency uses, don't rely on one feed. Get a second opinion, a third opinion before people start acting. Before you start bugging out and getting all your stuff on, make sure validate that information. You don't want to be subject to grey zone warfare, a Russian hoax designed to disrupt the country, and so on and so on. That sort of example, really. So,
well, yeah. Continue. I apologize.
Yeah. So basically, someone sees something coming along, start looking at other channels and other avenues of speciality to validate that source of information. A key one that I like using is Twitter. I mean, Twitter is full of people whinging and whining about all sorts, and it's just like a whinge for, you can go. It's just like a pub, basically, a kangaroo court. And anyone said anything, everyone jumps all over them. But people got to know how to use Twitter wisely. Look at who you follow. Select your Twitter feed on followers and not for everyone, and follow the experts in the relevant area that people are concerned with. So, like I say, if someone is living in an earthquake zone, or someone's worried about a pandemic and so on, then follow the world expert in pandemics, the world expert in earthquakes. They'll guarantee they'll have a Twitter feed. And you can basically hear it from the horse's mouth. If anything's occurring, you guarantee they'll be the ones starting to talk about it before too long. Yeah,
I think it would be pretty good to have, that source of information. Twitter's actually one where, even though Elon Musk is from
X now,
yeah,
guys.
X, yeah.
Yeah. So
probably
even
no.
So even though Elon is from South Africa, and I'm proud of that, I have very seldom you bring that up. Even though you hate, some people hate Elon as well, so then they're like, I have no affiliation with him just from being from the same country. But I think that it is something that I should perhaps look at getting into more. We are living, I just want to say specifically on this topic that it's very interesting that we're living in an age where we have a vast amount of knowledge and access to information, like in so many ways more than ever before, right? So the age that we're living in, right, obviously the age of information, and we go into now, which potentially could be the age of confusion, which is something quite terrifying, which it will only reveal itself as it comes up more and more, where you may have seen on your YouTube feeds, if you look at your page, more and more recently, you'll see these little channels popping up with very few views on the video, and the video almost looks like you'll see them. Like it's starting to scatter all through YouTube. It's scattering through everywhere. These like AI generated little YouTube videos and stuff that people can just make a program to shoot out like hundreds of videos an hour. Like it's like we are living in an age now, and we're going into it more and more, where the things that you used to know, the things that you knew before, in the age that's going to be following in our footsteps, is going to be rather confused at what to kind of believe, whether what is real and what is not. So when it comes to this topic, information streams themselves, if you want to go into that, sure, there's a vast amount of information that we should absolutely try and attain as much as possible right now, pre-SHTF, for example, right? But at the same time, like, we're definitely living in an age of mass confusion coming up, so just be aware of that.
Yeah, information overload. It's very hard to. It can be very hard to discern what is real and what isn't these days, especially if some credible agency falls for it as well, and they start reporting it and jumping onto it. Before you know it, everyone gets whipped up into a frenzy. I suppose the only way around that is to go back to seek another source.
Like
Sorry,
books.
another type. Yeah, another type of information to get your info from, like forums, for instance. People who you've spoken to and you know, or sorry, you don't really know anyone on a forum, but people that you've conversed with over a longer period of time, and you built up some sort of a level of trust, basically, with them. That's another added stream to validate, and basically through on the ground, real time, without any internet sort of interference. Great, the grapevine. You can do it that way, really. But yeah, it's very, very problematic. I mean, even with things like COVID, when the vaccinations started to come out, people right up to the last minute were saying, shall I get it? Shall I go? Is it safe? Isn't it safe? I've heard this. I've heard that. And that was a classic example. And when you relate that to any sort of other emerging threat, then there'll be a lot of division and a lot of uncertainty, definitely, unless people actually see it. I mean, there is a thing people can look out for. One thing to look out for and to validate some sort of credibility in any social media feed would be to seek out geotagged cell phone pictures from the event that's happening, which will add a level of validation. And also,
that is a way to verify that
it comes from that location.
True.
Yeah. Another one, because no doubt that can be faked as well, is to, I've got a link here somewhere, hang on, is to go to a website that will confirm whether or not the footage or picture is artificially generated. And it will give you, here we go, here's an example one, Illuminati.ai. So this I'll put the link in there if you want. Yeah, I'll put the link in the comments.
Please do, because I will left my bat off.
What it does is it's you press get started, and you paste the link, upload the picture or the file or the video, whatever. In this case, it's just an image and text, and it will give you a percentage index of whether or not it thinks it's fake or not. So as an example, that's the sort of thing you can use to confirm a picture. And I've done this with various pictures. I've done it with a couple of pictures this week. Someone was trying to a picture came on Twitter, for instance, and it was in London, and this picture was of a subway station, and half of the left-hand sign was in English and the right-hand sign was in Bangladeshi. And this person was saying, this is the state of Britain, it's all foreigners, yada yada yada, they've taken over. Even the train stations.
Family farm, good to see you.
Hey Rems, even the train station signs are now in Bangladeshi. I thought that looks a bit suspicious. Is someone trying to whip up a frenzy and trying to just shit stir, basically. So copied the image, saved it, uploaded it to Illuminati, and it confirmed that it was a genuine picture. So that's an example of one thing to look out for. Obviously, I mean, AI is developing quite quickly, and you can still generally see from an AI picture, and there's plenty of them from Palestine, fake pictures. Generally, the humans in the pictures have got 5 fingers or 4 fingers, 4 fingers or 3 fingers. They get that wrong. Sometimes put an extra arm in there, or an extra leg, or this sort of thing, and you think I'm really going to fall for that? It looks a bit Mickey Mouse to me, But AI is developing now where they're sort of going beyond that level, and sometimes you just cannot tell if it's real or not. and it's only third-party applications like Illuminati that will delve into the background information in that picture that will give you some sort of analysis, really. So yeah, I mean, same thing we used to do in the intelligence cell, the I-star cell. You never act on one sole piece of information type. So if you're targeting, I don't know, an artillery piece that you want taken out, you don't act on the information based solely on aerial imagery. You've got to seek another method of validation.
You need to people on the ground to make a visual contact with the object.
Yeah, whether that's people on the ground, human intelligence, or whether that's signals intelligence or any other form of intelligence. It's another type of info. So you get a picture anyway. That's you like Guardian says there. These days can be so confusing. Really, really can.
It's too much it's too much information.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead, Shadow.
And you can't process all that information. It's nearly impossible. You are not a supercomputer.
Guardian, you sound like you're in the space station there. Some sort of 70s science fiction music in the background. Sound effects. Yeah.
So the whole when I actually came into the chat, you guys were speaking about discourse in a way as well, and the way that enemies would confuse each other too. And the thing is that, like, obviously with everything being so upside down at the moment, in terms of information and knowledge and all that something being scattered, it's so easy to confuse enemies, and it's so easy to kind of sow discourse in a way as well. And because we're so heavily reliant on information and information streams, right, such as information systems themselves, like banking and that, if we get hit, like it's the worldwide, like because of the frequency of internet attacks that are successful on very large corporations and the amount of money that gets taken on a daily basis, millions of dollars get stolen every single day online, like it's happening all the time, even though these massive companies put so much money and expenditure into the top of the range systems, they are consistently infiltrated. The point that I'm bringing that up is because if we look at the way that Google is, and we believe for ourselves that this is a system that is never going to go down and that there's no way that the internet could go down whatsoever. I know that there's an immense amount of systems that back these up, right, that keep them up for the most part. The point is that if there were to be a strong enough sleeper type worm virus, right? And it would take a lot, I get it. But the thing is that at the moment, the next Alexander the Great could be a 15-year-old sitting in his basement working on the next virus. So I'm just saying that the way that we think about things could be shifting pretty soon. That's all I wanted to say about it.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be. Someone told me once there's no such thing as a virus anymore. It's more of a Trojan horse type thing, or it doesn't really matter what it is. Denial of service attack is probably a more targeted approach at a specific organization, like our NHS, National Health Service, for instance. A while back, that got disrupted, and it was offline, basically. Huge disruption. But the internet was still running, because the internet, like I say, is really robust. But at some point, it can, what's to say that you don't lose that as well? It's highly complex subject, and
yeah, it is.
Unless you're in the loop, you're probably out of date, I'd say.
Yeah, truthfully, unless it's part of your career, you know, and then you're active in working on that high level of information protection as well. Because obviously there are immense amounts of protection, an immense level of protection that they put in place to make sure that the internet doesn't, you know, go down. And I'm not being too tinfoil hat when I speak about it, but it is such a dangerous situation.
There's this whole thing going around, and hello everybody, hi.
Hey, Mrs. GP.
There's this whole thing going around on TikTok about how most people think like the internet's in the air, you know, like in the sky.
Right.
They use like the words like cloud and stuff to enforce that idea. But it's actually like under our oceans, and it's something that it's apparently not common knowledge to people, you know? So
yeah, I mean the undersea fiber cables.
Pluto, right under the ocean.
That was World War II one, isn't it? Yeah. You can actually get. I was looking at it last week, actually, a live status of the undersea cable network, all the outages and so on and so on. It's just absolutely immense.
no, oh my gosh, I must tell you the funniest thing. So, last year sometime, our internet was like really terrible for like 2 months. Where it was like slow and patchy and people were complaining and stuff like that. And then they found out the reason was because sharks were biting the cables. And then because of that, it had caused like the internet that was being sent across that it was too slow, that it was slower, and they had to repair it because of sharks.
Yeah, there were a couple of news outlets that reported on it as well at the time. So if you wanted to,
this is a good example actually of you know, everything may appear to be robust, but when you come down to it, it's only the people in the know who are working on these systems know how fragile they are. The amount of times I've heard someone say, "Oh, if I pull this little pin out here, the whole thing will come falling down." And, you know, no one else knows about it apart from the expert. I think, I mean, there was, I'm not sure the situation now, but about 10 years ago, all traffic in UK, internet traffic, used to terminate in the Isle of Man, which is an island just off of the coast, 30 mile off the coast of Britain. And then it will go into be converted then into fiber then under the sea. And with that one little hub, you know, take that out, or that gets destroyed, or you know, the person maintaining it spills his coffee over it, or whatever. You know, that fragile single point of failure, and the whole of your network's gone down. It's just unbelievable. Well, it is more robust than that because we've got satellite-based stuff at the moment. But you know, huge disruptions. Yeah. And you got a super chat there, Shadow.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. From Karinder Mali.
Good
Thank
stuff.
You. I appreciate that.
You want to get have you ever tried the buy me a coffee jobby? That can be quite a handy one for people to just slip you a $5 here or whatever. Yeah, I mean, so you can layer your sort of information streams to be as more robust if you want them to as well. So if you are relying on just the internet, you can make it more robust. You can rely on group meetings, friends and family, as a little sort of information stream network, gossip network, if you like, which will probably occur anyway. I guarantee anything happens to any friends and family, they'll tell you. Then you can layer it up to some sort of radio, hand crank radio, ham radio, CB radio, etc., etc. That's always a fallback one to go to. TV, yeah, you could use that. Cell phones, yeah, they're more of an IP-based technology. So you look at it, if the internet goes down, cell phones are going to quickly follow or precede it. So the key thing is looking for the trends, selecting your information stream and warning system early, and looking at it, keep monitoring it. You will notice the pattern of life, build up. Take a walk around your local neighborhood. That's the good key indicator of anything localized building up in crime-wise, for instance. You can't beat that. If you want to see some sort of difference in your hood, then a daily walk or a daily exposure to your local neighborhoods, you can soon build up sort of the pattern of life of what goes on. Anything out of the ordinary probably is out of the ordinary, and you can start to see what's happening. So even looking at the internet is such a vast resource, you cannot fail to attain the information you're looking for, really.
Yeah.
The idea as well on that topic is sorry, go ahead. I can definitely hold the thought because it's something that I'm quite passionate about. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. I was just about to say, Shadow, you got another super sticker there. So,
thank you, Guardian.
what's ZAR mean?
It's
South African rand.
South African rand. It's a very strong currency. It's basically like about $4,000 that you're sitting there with.
I was wondering what the Z meant. Oh, right.
70 rand in our currency is about $4,000. Yeah, it rounds out to about that much. About 10,000 euro.
Well, it's not to be sniffed at. Not to be sniffed at this day and age. Every contribution makes a difference, definitely. Yeah.
So something that I wanted to say about the whole internet and the access to information that we've got, right, is that like if you look at the most important thing that we can potentially do is right now utilize the internet and gain as much knowledge from it as much as we can about our local areas too. If things kind of went a little bit upside down, like what resources are available in our local areas, and there's so much knowledge online about our specific, like any area that you're in, pretty much. Like there's people that have uploaded things about the area, and like you can, and not just that, but there's so much knowledge from. Have you watched all of the series from Primitive Technology, the Australian guy that comes up with all of the ways to innovate and basically recreate civilization? And it can be scoffed at, but I'm not even joking about it. Like it's that type of information and knowledge that you can learn and rewatch and repeat in real life, so that you actually like gain the skills and then do things like that, repeat them, so that you become more fluent in them. And like it just becomes so important to understand that right now, while we do have the access to that, we should absolutely capitalize on that. And then in our everyday lives, be able to like just have those skill sets that are increased.
Yeah. So I've got a question for you. You get power cuts fairly frequently compared to anyone else. When you get a power cut, what do you fall back to for sort of updates or information?
So we have our regular. So fortunately, I was blessed with a laptop within the last several months from our work, from our organization. So it was a brand new laptop, so they provided that. And then we also run a UPS, a generator,
we've got inverter. A really nice, we've got a generator inverter. So it's got the smooth sine wave and all that good stuff. So that's pretty much what we use, because sometimes we're without power for like half a day, like up to 12 hours a day, like broken up, not consistently, but like 4 hours here and then 4 hours again and then 4 hours later.
So when the when the power goes down, do you lose internet and cell phone, or is that still up?
No, so our internet, because we use fiber, is still there. But if we use like an ADSL line, then yes, it does go down. But with fiber, if we can, like with the generator, if we just plug it in, then it's fine. Then we have power. I mean, we have internet.
So if the power goes down, how long normally does the cell phone towers keep going for? Do they keep going? Do they prioritize differently, or?
No, so the way it works over here,
They keep running.
Yeah, so
they keep running because they're on
keep
generators
running,
because it's been happening for such a
but
long time.
also it's broken up. Like, so it's broken up into groups. So when we're down here, like, let's say if our neighborhood is down, like our little area that we live in, our suburb is down. The suburb that's like across the river from us is on. So,
Right.
so we can still like pick up signal because they are still there. Everything is still running for them. So we might not have the cutoff type. We're not quite as cut off as.
Yeah. So it's more of a managed sort of blackout.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. However, compared to places, there are, because I've done the research as well, there are places that have much less power than we do. So
like Venezuela actually has they had worse rolling blackouts, or they do have worse rolling blackouts than us, but we're geared for a worse year.
You see, that's you're probably more robust than we are in terms of if everything was just completely go out. Because if we were to experience an unexpected blackout here, people just wouldn't know what to do. They've never had it for years. You know, you do get localized blackouts, and it'll probably be a street or three or four streets here. That'll be it. And within 3 hours, truck will turn up and fix it. So you expect a complete disruption for, say, a half a day. If there was a wider spread blackout across the whole of the UK, for instance, people would just be running around like headless chickens because they've never experienced it since the 70s, and the blackouts in the 70s. But what I'm getting at is you're probably more robust because you're getting these little slices of the taste of no power. And people have probably, like yourself, got generators and stuff to compensate.
So I'm going to explain this quickly, and it's not something that I speak about very often, but I'm extraordinarily proud to be from South Africa because of our very high crime rates, the way that we have them, our extremely high level of corruption within the government. No, hear me out just for a second. Give me 1 minute of your time to listen to what I've got to say about this, right? And also, by the way, CR said I'm great with words. Strangely enough, I am also really great with words when I'm speaking to people that I enjoy and speaking about stuff that I'm passionate about as well. And like, unfortunately, within my work and my career, my whole designation is to be able to speak fluently, right? And the problem is right now with where I'm at right now, I'm actually struggling severely to be able to get all the words out. But then when I speak to you guys, I can speak as though it's like candy floss. So it's just weird that it's because of things that I'm passionate about. And currently, like, I feel supported as well. I don't know, it's weird, whatever. My point being, my point being is that, so with the way that our crime rate is in this country and the way that our electrical infrastructure is and the way that like we have that experience like from the corruption within the government, these things are consciously like impacting us on a day-to-day basis. We have inflation so badly that I've got a very solid, pretty good job, that I get a pretty decent income. However, even though I get a decent income, like we live very, very like low on the bracket. Like if you saw us like on a month-to-month basis, we get by, we get what we need to get done and stuff like that. But like the whole country, everybody that's like even medium to upper brackets, all of us are like struggling through the same thing.
Because something that costed like. So I'll use coffee as an example because I drink coffee a lot. So every single month I noticed that the coffee goes up by like R5. Now R5 might not seem like much in like dollars or pounds or whatever, but R5 over here.
That's 2.5%
so
per month.
15 Rand, for 15 Rand you can buy a bread. Okay, so
Yeah.
If something is going up by R5 like every month, it really starts impacting you after a while.
Because it all goes up together, and then and then the petrol goes up, so that the fuel goes up with the. So the point about that is that like all of us are living that together.
Prepared.
So all of us are living that together, and we make do with what we have in a lot of ways, and we take care of the things that we have, and we fix the things that are broken rather than replace them in a lot of ways. So
also, like we're used to like not being able to like drink our tap water.
We can't even drink our tap water normally.
Because our tap water is like contaminated.
More than 50% of our tap water is.
Our tap water is not fit for human consumption.
Like we can't.
Really bad.
If I had to speak about crime and go down that as well, but I'm saying with all of it together, right? It makes it a harsh like landscape that makes us like enjoy and appreciate the smaller things that I think a lot of the time in the modern world have gotten forgotten. Right? They've been lost along the way, and it's because of those things. Like, sure, we've also all got cell phones, and it's all like modernized and everything, but
it's very cushy. But that is something that Jay and I joke about, is that like if we were to be in like a bad area of like any first world country, it would be pretty much on par with like
joke.
what we're.
Are you serious?
What we're experiencing right now, you know.
I've lived in the worst places in this country as well.
We're very familiar with like a crime-ridden area to lock your doors and, you know, like.
And don't get me wrong, it's just down to
valuable. You know, sometimes if you're in a bad enough area, just leave your car windows down so they can see there's nothing in there, and they won't break your windows.
And no matter how prepared you are, no matter how strong you think you can be, no matter how like armed you are, whatever the case, it's down to luck. If a bigger group comes upon you, you are kind of outplayed in any situation, it's over for you. So I'm saying you don't want to frequent those type of scenarios in any way, but you also are fortunately, you know, just having to be accustomed to that type of lifestyle. I cannot tell you guys how much I would definitely prefer my daughters to not grow up in this as I have. But
yes, it would be very nice to know. Like,
that's why the other day I was like, hey, Thor.
We have a park literally like a street away from us, and during the day, like I wouldn't necessarily go there with the kids by myself. And we live in a very safe area.
Yeah, we live in a very like safe area compared to other places, and it's also like, but even the amount of attacks and
that's just because people are like desperate, so they'll like rob you.
And even in our close vicinity, we had people pretending to be cops that like.
Not just that, like we also have a guy. This is like neighborhood drama, actually. We have a guy, so he used to be a poacher, and then he got caught poaching, and then he went to jail. He took the fall for his boss because he was poaching for his boss. And then when he got out of prison, his boss bought him a very nice big house that he converted into a guest house so that he could have an income, because now as somebody who's been through the prison system, he was unemployable, you know, specifically because of it being for poaching or whatever. Anyway, and then this guy went down the wrong road and he got all involved with drugs and like really shady people. So now his house has been bringing like really bad elements into our area that we didn't have before. And we've had like people complaining. So the lady who lives next to this guy, she fosters children like frequently, like she's a foster mom. So she's got different kids in and out of her house often. And one of the things that she's been complaining about is now there's like needles from the heroin use, like lying all around there, you know?
It's not only that. So everything that's now being built in this area, in the immediate area, is also
it brings down the property value so much.
They can't build anything that's out of any steels that can be taken for scrap metal, because they've been taking all of the things, the signposts and railings and anything
Not
like
just
that.
Also the coverings, you know, like the drain coverings, the manhole coverings.
Yeah, even the manhole coverings get taken. Like,
they steal those to go scrap them for drug money. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not people. When people are, we obviously also there's so much about this place. But what I will say is that I've definitely chatted enough. What do you guys think about this situation?
About what your situation?
Yeah, I'm just making light of it. I really am. I'm very happy, and we've got a beautiful country. And also, I want to say that in a lot of ways, the unity that's in this country is something like no other, and I love being part of it. And I think that we have some of the most beautiful natural beauty as well. We have so much beautiful. The preparedness veterans scene, like along the way. Hey, last year, like I went to some amazing places, right? Like some of the most scenic places. Yeah. Ever. Like this country has so much to give in terms of like just natural scenery and forests and mountains and valleys and just like beautiful deserts and so much just diversity in that way. But I mean, every country does, right? Every country, if you treat your country as though you're a tourist, it can be amazing. But that's the last thing I'll say.
I think Mrs. Guardian Fitness there is people want you to appear on the live stream more and more. I think they start to enjoy your perspective there.
I don't want to interrupt sometimes, you know.
Well, that's okay.
I mean, everybody's
on a topic.
Everybody's. It's good to get a perspective from. You know, we've got a worldwide. I'm from UK, ShadowScoutSwede, you're in South Africa. We get CR's Canada, and you know we get Bob's
American
perspective from America and a bit of the Philippines. It's a worldwide, a really good collection of.
It's a good spread.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
and
definitely it is.
It's always good to hear, you know, the different situations from other people, but. Yeah, well, you know, everyone's got their commonalities as well. Family values, and everyone wants to, you know, at the end of the day, family values, what everyone's looking out for, and look after your friends and family. People want to be left alone and just get on with their lives, and all these external factors, it's just an absolute nightmare. You know, you described there the inflation, it's horrendous. 2.5%, you say?
That's a lot, actually.
Well, when you're getting that sort of addition to, you know, things like coffee, that's you multiply that by 10 or 12 months, and next year, you know, you're looking at massive amounts. Yeah, I mean, over here, our whole people whinge and whine over here. We live in a lot of people don't realise what a utopia Britain is in terms of security and government support and values, all this sort of stuff. And
hey, Ryan, good to see you, brother. I'm doing good, brother.
Thor wants the Canadians left out of it.
Well, we have a lot of Canadians. Thor, CR.
Yeah, so, you know, information streams, warning systems. I mean, I told you what I personally do. I have a folder on my laptop, open up every day, and I look at the various information streams, talk to people I look at forums, look at the Discord, and the general sort of newspapers, trawl through those, radio's on, put the TV on, and you can generally pick up a picture of what's developing and what's happening. Any sort of large-scale event, it will soon quickly pop up on the horizon, and it's just it's how quickly you
Thank you,
identify
Ryan.
it,
We appreciate it.
how quickly you identify and act on it. Really, you just got to if you're living in an area with a unique sort of threat, earthquake, tsunami, flash floods, mudslides, landslide, whatever, then you can quite easily look for dedicated sort of info streams for those. Yeah. You can also look at old books and maps to indicate emerging threats as well.
I was going to say that having... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's very important to not like focus on one side of the media. Like it's something that happens a lot. I find
Personal bias.
Among the older people, like specifically Americans, if I can put it that way. Like I don't know why, because Americans very much have that whole like two-party thing. You know, where it's like left or right, and that's like part of their identity. Like
that's intensified. People used to be able to speak across like the different wings.
And I find like if you have to listen to like the left side of the media and the right side, because there's definitely like big biases that get like that they don't even talk about certain things, you know, that it's not even in your sphere of information if you're not listening to the opposite side of the information stream, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're getting a lot more polarized here. It's either, you know, people like to tag other people, like you say, you're a lefty or you're a far right extremist. It's always either you're a lefty, or it's not just you're on the right winger, you're a far right extremist, or or you know,
you're either a Nazi or a communist, or like it's always the most extreme version of what you could be, when most people are like just trying to get by.
Yeah, this is why, like we said, you know, you've got to seek out secondary confirmatory sources of information, detached and aside from the source you've just read a key incident about. Seek other avenues basically to confirm and validate, and then you can decide what decisions you're going to make. Has it bought you enough time? How you're going to act on it? You're going to tell anyone else? You know, tell your friends and family and this sort of stuff, and then go on from there. But yeah, like you say, there's a lot of trial by media, especially here in Britain, and I'll take, you know, recently in the last 10 years, for instance, mainstream media has become so sensationalized, it's just completely laughable. It's not really a trusted form of media anymore. The newspapers, for instance, you look at I mean, I subscribe to, I've got a subscription with the Daily Telegraph, which is a colour broadsheet, you know, big paper, and it's renowned, or used to be renowned, for good quality research and journalism. And you look at the quality of journalism there, and they coming out with these stories. And when you delve into the detail of these stories, right, who's wrote the article? Oh, it's a student who's doing a course at a university. Well, you know, so how credible is that? You know, you're expecting journalism, not some guy in a course or an artificially intelligence generated version of a couple of bullet points that they've inputted. You're expecting people
what they do is they don't say that, oh, this is an opinion piece. You kind of have to read the whole article to get to the end to figure out, oh, it's an opinion piece. You know, it's typically that they'll speak from like a point of authority, and this is factual and everything. It's really frustrating to try and
it's just bloated guff, basically. I mean, you look at any article these days, whether it be a physical newspaper or an internet newspaper or an article, and it will repeat itself 3 or 4 times, and it won't be until the bottom it actually comes to the point, and it will be like a 2-line article of what's actually happened. It's just ridiculous, and I try and avoid delving into newspapers that much, especially the tacky old newspapers. They're a good indication of something big's happened or is about to happen, but that's it. I'd go elsewhere, really. There's far more credibility out there.
I find most of the newspapers online have a paywall these days, and you have to pay to read an article, and then that's just annoying. Like most people don't want to do that.
We're seeing a lot more of that here now, where you see this key grabbing headline, and you click on it, it takes you to the page, and then it gives you the first 3 or 4 lines, and the rest is all shadowed out, and you have to pay to look at the rest of the article. Yeah, go somewhere else.
Yeah, it just feels like a money-making business, rather than informative and wanting to keep the people informed. It's like they want to keep you interested but not informed.
Hooked. Yeah, because at the end of the day, they're just a private business, and they just want to clickbait everything, get someone raked in, subscribed, and that's it. You've got them. It's it's a right con, really. It really is. Information it's just a business, really. I mean, all these news agencies, the majority of them, we said, they get their actual sources of information from 3 or 4, if you're lucky, news agencies. Associated Press, Reuters, and so on, and the likes. And they just put their different spin on it, different word in, and then push it out. Yeah.
I remember it was during COVID, there was this whole, this person put a video together about how you could see how many news channels and all globally are owned by the same companies, because because when they do the news article, they mention specific things in a specific way, because it lays the narrative out the way they want you to think about it.
Yeah, you'll copy each other.
Yes. Yeah. And then they put it all, and then it all merges into one sentence, and it sounds exactly the same, because it's like reporters have the same inflection in their voices when they do their headlines,
Yeah, they emphasize different words. They put on these fake smiles and fake emotions to it to emphasize things as well. It's so false. It's living in such a false world at the moment. I can remember as a film, Don't Look Up, where 2 scientists discover an extinction level event asteroid coming towards Earth, and basically they warn everyone, and everyone just carries on with their normal lives, worrying about how many subscribers they got, fake lips, fake eyelashes, fake bum. It's just a world of fakery, and people were just more interested in what's the current NFL player doing and the baseball player, and no one's interested in with this killer asteroid coming until the last sort of week, when everyone runs around like headless chickens and just starts kicking off like SHCF scenario. It's just a complete fake society, and everyone's rushing around, busy with their own lives, and not many people has got the time and effort these days to actually look at any sort of warning system or information stream relating to their threat in their area until the media tell them it's a problem, or they get a government alert on their phone. By that time, it's you've wasted hours and hours and hours, and it's a case of batten down the hatches or run, basically, because it's too late. You haven't got enough time to act.
It's also that because people, so the whole so normalcy bias, right? The whole way that normalcy bias is set in, and obviously it's just so much more convenient for people. And on a subconscious level, like your subconscious realizes how bad stress is for you, so it negates any potential disasters as falsehoods that they could never happen because that's more comfortable for the human body. And stress is really, really bad for you. So your subconscious is always kicking against any potential disasters. And once you can kind of get over that and realize that things in the past have gone upside down and they could repeat the same process, then you kind of have to, you're way more open to researching and to understanding that that things may go like the wrong way. But however, that whole sentiment, right? As soon as the person realizes that, and they really do understand how fragile things currently are, and how bad things could really get by doing a quick look through history, because this isn't just fallacies; it's things that are genuinely true, that have been in the past as well. So that's how we know that they could potentially repeat themselves, because that's the only way that the whole history repeats itself. And if we utilize, that's why I'm saying, that's why I said earlier, it's so important to make sure that we have the knowledge and information as much as we possibly can muster right now. And then if things do go, if we lose the capability to utilize the internet, then we have a good backup of the things that are most important. And I'm speaking about things that you would never think of, like photos and stuff as well. Like, people don't build photo albums anymore. So even a small compact photo album of the people that were precious in your life, if you lose, people are Facebook will always be there. The internet will always be there for them, right? So they don't build photo albums anymore. They just kind of believe that all the access to information about plants in their local region will always be there. They can just always Google it. There should be things, and basic things on how to prepare simple medicines that you could look up online, home remedies for certain things. Next time you have an injury or something and you do a little bit of a home remedy about it, gather that information and put it in a little medical aid notebook for yourself, so that you jot down the most simple home remedies, the things that are in your areas. Just have that little backing on paper. And that's also what you were alluding to earlier, which is quite interesting, that it's have the backups. Don't just have these things. And then also small but compact, do the proper research and get the best small little compact survival guides that you can. And I know it sounds silly, but I'm being serious. Do the cross-referencing of all the different survival guides that are at your disposal online. Find the ones that are in your area as well. Again, that obviously need to be in your area. It's useless getting one for a different climate. Get ones that are for you in your area, and just get 2 or 3 of those, and keep those really safe, so that if you do lose access to everything else,
most people don't realize how much food is around them. It's actually crazy, especially.
And they die with plants right next to them.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's happened so many times. There's so much that you can eat that's actually nice. That if you can make it nice.
If you just prep it and get used to it.
Yeah, definitely. I've got all this sort of stuff prepared. I've got a little book, and I've got in there key things, in case you forget. And it's not just for me; it's the rest of the family and stuff like that. And available plants, everything from water purification, how many drops to put in a water, iodine, antibiotic doses, all stuff I've handwritten myself, which I've just, anytime I gain a little bit of knowledge that I think's pertinent, valuable, I'll put it in this book and stuff.
That's the best, absolutely best way to go. That's having that backup is
right. So I've got the book here. Plants. I've got 5 basic ones, 6 dandelions, cattail, hawthorn, plantain, red clover, nettles, how to use them, how to eat them, and all that sort of crap. Also, other key bits of information like radiation levels, what do they mean? Greys, sieverts, rads, rems. And interesting, you brought a point up there about home radios and stuff. I knew a bloke who is he? Hoople's cat. So what he did was he every time he gets he's building up a collection of Fablon's ailments. So he's put them in his file. So twisted ankle, you pull out the twisted ankle leaflet. It tells you how to deal with it, and so on and so on, all the way through to all sorts of other ailments and stuff like that. Definitely useful. Yeah. And it's once your information's cut off, that's it. You cut off. There's no going back. You're left in the lurch. Then what do you do without any sort of physical reference? You can't access it. That's why key books like Where There Is No Dentist or Where There Is No Doctor, and another good one to go back to is, I always say, survival always goes back to Lofty Wiseman. Yeah, the SAS Survival Manual, and you get a little one of those. It's the Collins pocket size one. That's always good to have if anyone wants a generalized one. Yeah, key valid points there. Yeah, definitely. So I've just got to shoot off in a sec. So go on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just agreeing with the Collins series.
Yeah, they're very good books. You've got Food for Free as well. Like you say, get ones for your area. There was ACR, all right. There's
What up?
everyone remember a bloke called Les Hiddins, Australian.
Hey, Warren, good to see you, brother.
Australian guy. What's he called? Bush Tucker Man.
Yeah, Bush Tucker Man, yeah.
Right, Bush Tucker Man. What he did was part of his job when he was in the army, he was a major. He travelled around certain areas of Australia, and he compiled the map he was using, sort of a 1 in 50,000 map and so on. On the back of it, he gathered enough information and he puts the edible plants for that sort of area of the map that was available in that map area. That's a good thing to do. And you can also put key areas, if there's any plantations or anything of any sort of crop or edible or anything of use, you could annotate it at the back as well.
PB, are you familiar with Hugh McManus, Survival in the Wilderness?
I've heard the name.
Hugh McManus, he has been survival technique in British Army. I believe he was a major in British Army. Hugh
Right.
McManus. Hugh McManus, he was in the British Army for 16 years.
So what's he
has.
What's that book cover? Is it edibles?
He has been training soldiers in the jungle, in South American Belize.
Belize, yeah.
He has been a paratrooper, survival instructor, and diving teacher.
Right. What's the book about? Is it edibles?
He has also been in Commando Forces Special Units, SBS, Special Boat Service, and SAS, Special Air Service.
Right. There's a Marine then. All right. Okay. Yeah.
He retired from the Army in 1987 as a major.
Right. No, good. What does the book cover? Say edibles. Yeah, I mean, books like that are okay, but like Guardian says, you got to make sure they're dedicated to the area you're in. or likely to be in. So for me, I've got a little book one, the Collins one. It's a little tiny one. It is. I think it's a smaller than A5. Could be A6. It's called Food for Free. And nice color pictures, simple explanations, what to find, where to find, how to eat it, process it, and all that sort of stuff. Definitely a good key resource. And it's like it says, it's those kinds of things that will make all the difference when it comes down to the crunch. Yeah, definitely.
Even your SAS survival guide, like just the basic essay that everybody has.
Yeah, I was gonna say that small little one.
That's
that
great.
We
Yeah.
have. It's like a little pocket one, and it's
Yeah,
so
that's it.
useful
It's a
because
reason.
it covers all the basics.
There's a reason why everybody has it and why it's the most commonly. Yeah, there it is.
I have this.
There we go. He's got a copy.
We've got
This
a
is
small
not-
one.
He's got a copy.
This,
Is this like
This
Yours.
this is not the pocket size.
book parade?
Neither is this. Neither is this.
Is this like a
Mine-
challenge coin?
Mine's in the library
have-
section of my inch bag. That's where mine is.
I have this book.
GP.
This one is on English, and I have the other one on Swedish. So
Yeah.
it's good to have both on both languages.
Like I said,
Because
everything
it's-
comes back to Lofty in the end. Anyway, he does a talk every year at the Bushcraft show, and he talks about he reels off a load of stories and stuff, and he talks about his book and his True Ways survival course that he's established in that. But yeah, definitely, he's put in all the time and effort. He traveled the world and gathered all this key information from all the experts and the indigenous people in various locations to compile that book. And he's got another couple of books as well. He's got urban survival, hand-to-hand combat, and all this sort of stuff. So, right, that's me. That's my time. I've got to shoot off.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
So
No
yeah,
problem, Pee.
CR stepping in, tag teaming in.
Have
Yeah,
a great
yeah.
weekend ahead of you, preparedness veteran.
Take care. Take care,
Always
PB.
enjoy chatting to you.
Yeah, right. Guardian and Mrs. Guardian, we'll catch you in a bit. Hope the training goes well. Isabel.
Yeah, we can schedule, depending on how your day looks tomorrow, I'll shoot you a message. Maybe we can schedule a bit of a chat tomorrow or something like that. But we'll catch up soon.
Yeah, I'm available anytime. Just let me know and I'll set it up. So no problems. Right, Shadow. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah,
Later.
yeah.
See you later, folks.
Catch you later.
CR, how are you doing, buddy?
What's up, GP?
It's definitely good to have you here. Yeah. I actually came late.
Come on, go
I
come on, GP.
missed
Go
the
get
most
your
part of
SSA.
Preparedness Veteran and Shadow Chat. Sorry, continue. What did you say?
I said, just go get it from your inch bag. Just make sure it's still good to go, ready to go.
No, that's the thing. It's like
It's
it
packed
really
away.
is. It really is.
What? It's underneath
Yeah,
white
the more you know, the less you need, right? So slowly but surely, it's
Exactly.
like smaller and smaller.
You
And
should
then
check on it. You should make sure it's still there.
Oh, I do check. I check on it like every day.
Okay.
Like that's part of my life. Like it's not because it's a separate bag that I keep somewhere in the closet gathering dust and cobwebs. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that I use out of it, and I like replace things out of it, and I just, you know what I mean? It's very much like it's not something where I believe that you should have some big hidden stashed bag. Like, you know what I mean? You should just be familiarizing yourself with your gear as much as you possibly can, and then always just make sure that you have like 2 is 1 and 1 is none. You know?
Yep. 3 is 2 and 4 is more.
Wait, what?
I just came up with that a long time ago. And when you
One
always
is-
say the 2 is 1, 1 is
You're
not.
next
I'm like,
leveling me there, bro.
One is none. 2 is 1.
3 is 2 and 4 is more.
Yeah.
And if you have 5, you're still alive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 1/4 fish alive. Isn't it something like that?
I can say I heard that one before. But
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Are you guys really going to go quiet now?
No.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. For
that
once, I'm
song?
gonna listen.
Is that? No, I thought it was an international song.
It's a nursery rhyme. It's a little kid song.
It must be
1,
international
2,
song.
3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let it go again. And then why did you let it go? Because it bit my finger so. And then which finger did it bite? And you go, this little finger on the right.
No man, gents. No man, you guys.
It's a song that children sing.
How do you guys not know this song? I don't know. Maybe.
I'm not gonna sing it.
No, we did it pretty close. Does anybody in the chat know the song at all? No, nobody. I don't think anyone knows the song.
Maybe we grew up in an alternate universe.
The Mandela
Probably.
effect, right? We kind of did.
Parallel dimension.
Harry, you said you were eating before you joined. What were you eating?
What I showed in the last reels and shorts. Pretty much the same.
CR eats almost
1.5
all the time.
for 1.5. Crazy food all the time. I'm waiting for Hondo to leave a message on the side chat right now.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, wait for it.
But yes, guys, keep going, keep talking. I'm listening this time.
No, I've been speaking so much. People are tired of hearing from me now. It's your turn to talk.
I speak all the time when I join. This time I'm gonna listen.
No, this time I'm going to listen.
This time we're gonna listen to Shadow.
We're going to listen to Shadow. Shadow's going to talk, and we're just going to sit here with our cool icons on the.
Speaking of books, I noticed that John Lofty Weisman has written a book about SAS and Special Forces fitness training. That book looks really nice, actually.
Yeah, I should read that before doing a silly challenge again or something. I should actually look at it, how to do fitness properly,
Yeah. That book looks really good, actually. So I had in mind to put that on my list. It's nice to have books about fitness, especially that one.
Yeah, and you could also
you might get some ideas.
You could also do a pretty solid book review after going through it and familiarizing yourself with the book.
Yeah. And the price for it is okay, not that bad. So that will be on my list. I put that in a note so I don't forget it.
You could get it with that $1,000 super chat I sent you earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Guardian. I really appreciate it.
Maybe even $2,000-$3,000 at this point. Inflation, the currency changes and everything. I know our currency is bad. Sorry about that, Shadow. Maybe over time it'll get better, and then my super chats will count for more.
That's okay. I'm really happy when they pops up. So it's nice to see someone put some super chats. It's always nice.
Yeah, it changes.
It doesn't happen that often, but when it happens, it's fun. I appreciate it. I'm gonna actually do like this. This book. It says strength and endurance. 1. The importance of being fit. 2. Strength training without weights. 3. Strength training with weights. 4. Running. 5. Endurance marches. 6. Swimming. 7. Cycling. 8. Self-defense. 9. Injuries. 10. The complete fitness program. 2. Nutrition. 11. Daily requirements. 12. Your own SAS diet. 13. Survival food. 3. Mental agility. 14. Positive thinking. 15. Pressure at work. 16. Facing danger. So the book looks like this. So I think that is a really good book. Hey, Guardian. Thanks again. I appreciate it.
Guardian's the master of very few words, but many good super chat stickers.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, and yeah, see. So, but anyway, that book contains really good information about the fitness, so you might get some good information from it and learn something from it.
Mm-hmm.
And a Guardian seems to be has more knowledge and experience in fitness than I have, so
Yeah, he's more fit for that topic.
but as well, it's good information.
I appreciate the compliments and the joke at the same time. Kay also found it hilarious.
I said, "You're so funny."
Like I said, I want you guys do all the talking because every time I come in, I always have to do all the talking.
Yeah, I know, Sia.
I mean, what would you guys do if I had laryngitis?
No, but the thing is, I have been having quite a lot of things to say already. So because of that, I feel like people get a little bit more interested when there's various people talking. So
yeah, that's why I'm just, when you guys talk for a little bit, just chime in every so often. A little bit of humor, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
It's best.
Well, some humor is needed.
It's when it's quiet. It's amazing when it's just like quiet and it's just nobody's talking. That's just like, I don't know. I think it's weird, right? So that's part of what I'm going through at the moment, is just learning to be okay with a bit of comfortable silence in between speech as well. So like learning that sometimes, when I'm speaking in presentations, for example, with my work, that sometimes I need to realize that it's okay to just have things, a bit slower, rather than just having to fill the airspace all the time with words and make sure that everything's consistent like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like how you just rushed that last sentence. He's like, I got to say this last sentence real fast.
I could have said it so much faster, but I just decided not to.
Oh yeah, I know you can.
Spit those words, man, like a spitfire.
Yep.
So for real, I think that this year specifically could be quite interesting. I don't know if you guys have been noticing and watching what's been happening. Things.
Well, I already know that. I already know it will be. It's this year and next year.
Yeah.
It will be. You will know. Will notice. It'll be more noticeable as time goes on.
Yeah.
I agree. This year will be interesting.
Yep.
We are still yet in the beginning of this year, so we have at least 11 more months.
I hope I hope that it goes very smoothly and that nothing happens. But it's like a small little community right now busy watching. So what I'll say is that this year, out of every other year, has obviously got like this year, and as you say, Shadow, like perhaps next year, but this year primarily has so much more potential for things to go upside down than any other. And I haven't said so in previous years. I've never said like this year specifically, but this year I'm saying that. Like this year, yeah, it does have quite concerning. There's a lot of things, obviously, on a political standpoint too, because there's so many different elections happening everywhere, and there's just like so much like strife that's been building up, and it seems like tension is across the world right now, like at a higher level than it ever has been.
Yeah, we have in US we have the president election. Yeah.
Well, we have federal elections here next year here in Canada for 2025.
Yeah, and we have the European Parliament election this year, so that will be interesting.
I don't think Canada would ever be a reason for war, though. Like, I love Canada because of that. Like, I don't think that Canada... Watch it actually become like watch that end up being like one of the reasons, you know?
Hey, Nana, good to see you.
Watch Canada go to war with the world and start like taking over countries or something. Nobody expects that, you know what I mean? Like, nobody sees Canada in that way.
I appreciate that.
That might be nice. That means I don't need a passport, right? Because he'll still be part of Canada, right? Just looking on the bright side.
Are you ready to go to war, CR? Are you ready? Are you gonna join the efforts, or are you gonna do like
ruin my fun?
Rebel thing?
Just ruin my spirit there. Just ruin my
You see,
because
I have nothing else to say.
Realistically, you are in the prime age. You're pretty much the demographic that they want, you know, to fight in their war.
See how it's silent. You said it is ready for war. It's silent.
And at least I have one update on our NATO application. Turkey has accepted our application for NATO. So now we're waiting for Hungary, but they will not be back until February, at the end of February. So they need to accept it too, because they have a lot of pressure on them now. So we will probably join at the end of February. So that's good, at least.
Yeah, I've seen with NATO's biggest exercise that they've ever done is happening this year as well. Like that they've done.
Yeah,
well, not ever, but for a really, really long time, they haven't done any exercise as big as this one. They've got all the countries like combined. CR, come on. I was joking about the Canadian thing. I've just always seen Canadians as such friendly and awesome people that it's just
you know, I can hear you guys. I'm using Bluetooth.
You see, you can't offend Canadians. You can maybe, but I don't think it's like, I don't know. Like, I think Canada is such an awesome place, and I think a lot of the people from there are just genuinely like open-minded people.
See, he's trying to sweet talk me to start talking.
I've watched way too much like Trailer Park Boys to see Canadians I see even the criminals
as Trailer Park Boys
like
from there.
Ricky, man, like
From Trailer Park.
from Trailer Park Boys. Just like a good intentioned guy, just trying to get by, you know.
So even the bad guys in Canada are good guys.
Yeah, but that's not the case, obviously, you know, because a bad guy's a bad guy everywhere.
Yeah. Ask Sia.
Sia's not a bad guy.
Uh-oh, he's turned on
hope.
bad guy Canada. Sia.
Oh no.
Sia bad. No, it's Captain Sia.
Sia is a good guy.
We love you, Sia. Say no.
Yay!
Yeah, you are, Sia. You're a
And when
good
you
guy.
guys do the talking, like I said.
And a good friend.
And when you guys do all the talking.
Yeah, and I thought you loved to talk.
I want to keep hearing from Guardian here. Eventually, he'll. Yeah, see. He's gonna say something.
I can't see what that is.
He quickly had to go to a different room in the house.
Oh, of course. As soon as I say, of course.
Yeah, I
He
need
had
to
go
do
to
this.
the bathroom.
Just out of nowhere, I'll be back.
Yeah, Sia always will be back.
And when you guys do the talking, I do all the talking like every week. After preparedness veteran.
Yeah, you
Of course. I will always. I can always tell. Always. That's because I don't have much to talk about on this topic specifically.
Yeah.
That's why. That's my excuse, GP. If you can even hear me, you can relay that message over to him. Because I know she's listening.
You always have good things to say, Sia, so you always have good
Intentions.
ideas.
Good intentions.
And you have your special view on certain things too. It's always nice to have you here, buddy. It's always nice.
Oh, I just realized what that channel said. Nature Fairy. I didn't read it carefully. That's what it says. Nature Fairy. I see.
Yeah,
Nature Fairy.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell at first.
It's hard. It's hard to read.
Well, it's not that it's hard to read it. I was reading it. I didn't see the side chat. You just popped it on the screen.
Yeah.
So I didn't notice it at first. But usually I do notice things like that.
Yeah.
Eventually. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. You probably go and get some coffee, I guess. You never know. But I normally check the news, especially your news.
Yep, I had to go
Good
check how much
information.
coffee I had. I had to check how much coffee I had. That's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I keep tabs on stuff.
Yeah.
I keep tabs on stuff. Actually, I want some of those links that Preparedness Veterans sent us. That's why I shared some of them out, or I bookmarked some of them because
Yeah,
I could see the usefulness of it.
yeah, I agree. I
especially
bookmarked them.
Especially that one that I shared with our Instagram group that we have.
Yeah,
Because I went to that and I'm like, that could be useful. That could be useful. Like if you went traveling or something like that, where you can be like, oh, I'm leaving on this day. There's a alert for that area still, or something. Something to keep in mind.
yeah,
Like if it was snowing, heavy snowfall or something like that. Because I took a look, I was just like, oh, it says there's one out in Atlantic Canada right now. I read it real quick. So, that'd be useful. I mean, especially
yeah.
especially if you people that travel and stuff like that, right? Or whatnot. Maybe plan for a trip or something like that. You know what I mean? Like a road trip or anything
Yeah,
like
I
that.
know exactly.
And stuff like that. Then at least you would have some more information to go on. Make a better decision. Regardless if you go or you don't go, you come back sooner, leave later, whatever, right? Or bring extra stuff, whatever it is.
Yeah,
You bring that extra poncho or winter gear, whatever it is, extra sunscreen. Oh, it's supposed to be a heat wave.
yeah,
Where you bring that extra water bottle or something like that.
yeah.
You decide to not bring up the bandana this time, some sort of cooling rag or something like that.
Max, it's about just 5 minutes past 12 at the moment on this side as well, and my batteries are just flat at the moment. So I do apologize that I might call it a bit earlier than I was intending to this evening.
No, that's fine. At least you graciously presented us with your presence.
It's always nice to chat to you guys. Look here, next week, Saturday, hopefully join a bit earlier, CR, and I'll join earlier and we can have a good catch up because it's been a while as well.
No. GP, Garden, I always let Preparedness Veterans start. Generally.
Well,
no, because he always has to leave before the stream ends, so I've decided to just help the back end of the stream.
It's
just easier that way. Yeah, because that way this dude doesn't have to be here alone. All the talking like I always do.
It's always much more, it's always a lot of fun as well. It's really a nice that's why on Saturdays. That sounds a bit strange, but it really is something that I look forward to. On the weekend, I always look forward to a Saturday night to catch up with ShadowStream, and I really do. So I must admit that it's something it's a part of my week, and that's why I end up being here. I just feel so comfortable with the stream and with the friendships that we've got that it always is a good place. So anyway, have a good weekend ahead of you guys, and
Take
care.
Much respect. Bye for now. Bye bye.
Yeah, you take care. That is always nice to have Guardian here. And it's good to see him again. So
yeah.
How has your week been, Sierra? I hope your week has been good.
Speaking of information, that reminds me, when people send out a PSA or a personal service announcement or something like that.
Yeah.
I guess that's a form of it, if you think about it. Something to consider, at least, right? For example, I did, before the cold we got here, right? Yeah, it was forecast. Everyone should have known beforehand because you can see the extended forecast, the trend was still looking as this major cool down, right? Cold, right?
Yeah.
So a couple of days before that, I sent a PSA out on my community tab. All right. Because I knew the trend was coming, right? It's just a matter of time before it appears, right? How long it lingers for, how cold it really, really gets, it varied. Because, every time, the next day I would check, it would be different for which
hey,
day was
Grumpy,
coldest.
good to see you, brother.
Hi Grumpy, which day would be the coldest, right? So, but generally that trend was pretty much written in stone kind of deal, right? It's like a for sure thing, you know. If we were
Yeah.
lucky, maybe it'd be like a couple of days versus the full week, you know, or maybe not as cold. So, but no, it didn't show up like that. It was a full week and it was cold.
Yeah.
And I realized I can't do a panel or stream when it's minus 30, even if my battery's plugged in. I mean, fully
Yeah.
charging. So I need a heat pack. Run and do that. Well, remember I tried that out no, not last week. I think that was the week before. On that Saturday.
Yeah.
Remember I tried it out? I'm like, yeah, it's only minus 32 out. 1 week later, it's
Yeah.
like 0.
Yeah, exactly. We will all have next week. We will be on plus
Mm.
when it comes to the temperature. So
I gotta get my piece in it.
that sucks, really. And then it will drop to minus again. So that is not a good thing. Because if it gets plus, the snow and ice will melt, and
Can you hear me?
when it drops back to minus, it will freeze again.
Can you hear me?
So that sucks, really, because it gets more slippery.
Can you hear me? Shadow?
Yeah.
You can hear me, right? I have to charge my headset. I thought I had more of a charge.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, I'm not listening to the stream, so I can't tell at times. So I do have to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, Kenny SDR.
That means I have to hold the phone like a phone again.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now, everyone, I think, people like their conveniences at times. But like I said, it's only as convenient as it's available. Once it's not available, it's not convenient anymore. Whatever it is, it could be.
Hey, Jairo Jaramillo, good to see you.
Hello. But you know what I mean, Shadow? It's like everyone's. I hear this from time to time. I like my conveniences. And it's only as convenient as if you have it or if it's available. Once it's not available, then what kind of deal, right?
Hey, Liselot, good to see you.
Hi, hello. Oh, you got bad floods over there?
That's okay, Jairo. Yeah, bad floods. I saw something about that.
I think I heard.
Not nice.
I think I heard about something like that in the U.S. too. Someone gave out a PSA because they got one of those weather alert things.
Yeah.
Localized flooding to be aware of. I think that was in the southeast of the U.S. somewhere. From one of my subscribers,
Yeah.
I saw it on my home feed, on the homepage on YouTube. I was just like, so. Which is funny because like a couple days, like
that is good.
When we had the cold snap here, they actually got snow in that area, or like flurries, anyways, right? I was just like, wow, from flurries to like flooding. Wow, that's a big change. Yeah, okay. I guess you live higher ground or on a higher plateau. So, yeah. For me, I live on a higher area technically here, so flooding is. I'm not worried about it. Like major flooding, maybe local, very localized, but nothing on a
Yeah,
big scale. So that's a little bit less
yeah,
my priority of things. However, cold, I got to deal with that every year, one way or another.
yeah,
Sometimes it's not like even this year, right? Relatively nice. We just had a week, about 9 days of extreme cold,
yeah,
right? Like when I tell people how cold, I swear they shiver. It's like
yeah,
you know, there's this like neck cranking thing that they do. I've said this
yeah,
before, and I just see them on in their stream. They just cringe their neck. It's, I'm like, yeah, it's not cold out.
yeah. It's the same when we had over 25 degrees Celsius.
I've seen 38 here,
People get when I mentioned
99
it,
Fahrenheit. Oh, I know, right? That it's just like you don't. They don't even need to say anything else. You could just tell by their expression and how they said it. They're like, ugh. Like I said, it's what you're used to, but
Yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly.
like I don't see the
Uh,
temperature rising that high. However, the temperature can sink really low.
I don't mind minus 20 degrees Celsius. I don't mind that at all.
That's
It's worse
about
if
minus
it's
4 Fahrenheit,
plus 20.
70 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's all what you're used to and climatized towards to certain. Well, and also have gear for or resources to deal with. Regardless if it's
Yeah,
winter and you have winter clothing, some sort of stove or whatever, to summertime extreme heat where you got, I don't know, fans, AC, water,
yeah,
etc., etc. But then there's other things that go that can help in both situations, like extra power or power station or whatever, right?
yeah,
Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're probably not use it anyways. Probably, right? Because like even a battery bank, for example, you can plug in a battery bank into like an electric blanket. Well, I can use that same battery bank in the summer when it's hot with a fan, right? So as a multi-use item, although it's tech related, but you know, I have other options if I need to deal with stuff that's if without per se electricity. Passive sources of heat or cooling, and stuff like that too, just in
yeah,
case. Well, because I always figure it's the same way. Like here in Canada, if your home's not insulated, you're just wasting all the electricity or heat because it just goes through the wall so quickly, right? Basically, you're just.
yeah,
That's why I've always been a big fan of like insulation and the shelter elements because they're passively working for you all the time. Now you have to build it in advance or set for some money in advance for it, right? Updated windows or whatever, right? But if you have them long enough, and if it gets really cold, for example, or whatever, in time it will pay for itself. And in let's just say, a place without power or heating, right? It'll
yeah,
it'll take that much longer for the building to cool down all the way to buy you some time. Or if you can generate some heat or whatever for whatever means, at least it doesn't just get blow away in the wind. Get sucked outside right away. You kind of
yeah,
hold it for a little bit longer. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I know what you mean.
because I've seen that time and time again where it's just like, yeah, those passive things help too, right? Along with the active sources, like nowadays you can get like a heated jacket. Okay, well, what do you do? Hopefully that jacket, even without the heated part, is still insulated enough that it keeps you warm too, right? You know what I mean? So you have the best
Yeah,
of both versus like heavily relying on some sort of consumable, because the nature of it being consumable, like a heat pack or anything like that, eventually you will drain the fuel level, the battery, whatever it is, right? If you can't resupply it or refuel it or whatever, then it becomes like a paperweight because you don't have that
yeah,
functionality anymore. It's in the same way, like, you know, like in a survival situation, both fire and shelter are important. Like fire can dry you out, do all this other stuff, but shelter blocks the wind, covers you
yeah,
from rain,
exactly.
might get you off the ground, right? Stuff that fire per se can't do. However, passive shelter elements won't dry you off like a fire can or the sun can, right? You know, if you're white or whatever, right?
Yeah,
I've heard about those sand batteries before. Like I know about the mass heaters. Usually they use water because water has a high specific heat capacity for holding in heat. That's why it takes quite a bit of energy to boil water, and that's why it takes quite a bit of energy to distill water or desalination. It takes quite a bit of
yeah,
energy, right? Even if you're using like reverse osmosis, it still takes quite a bit to push it through because it's a liquid. So yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, in like the old school hot water heaters, bottle heaters, whatever, right? I've seen lots of people do it. I've done it myself, right? It'll buy you, let's say, an hour or two of warm heat warm, depending how often you take it out your jacket or whatever, right? How long and stuff like that. But it can go for a
Yeah,
while.
yeah, and that is what
And the
you can
bigger the
get out
bottle, and
of.
I was gonna say, and the bigger the amount of water, the longer it'll linger because it's more. There's more mass in it, especially
Yeah,
like if you heat up 1 liter, it's gonna last a little bit longer than 500 mils.
yeah.
I mean, I've
And
used one.
Grumpy says, I suggest serious insulation, mass heaters or sand batteries, and a good old-fashioned generator.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the
Yeah,
sand battery.
insulation is good.
Yeah. Yeah, sand will absorb a lot of thermal energy, like solar energy, right? But it radiates it fast too. That's why the desert floor can get really hot during the day and bitterly cold at night. Because
Yeah,
literally and there's no clouds to hold back any of the heat. So that's why the temperature can plummet from like 30 Celsius almost all the way down to the freezing point at times. And it's, you know, it's deceptive in terms of it's so hot during the day and you're freezing at night, right? It's hard to adapt to
yeah,
that. It's very hard to adapt to that. To like, there's some people and creatures out there can adapt to cold and to heat, but it's much harder to adapt to cold and heat, especially if it fluctuates back and forth. It's hard to adapt to that and get used to. It's hot, then it's cold like 8 hours later. Then you wake back up, it's hot again, and sunny, all right, and all this stuff. It's actually quite difficult
yeah,
because like there's creatures out there like they can adapt to cold, but if you put them in heat, they're gone, and vice versa. They can
yeah,
handle heat, but you start freezing them, they just go dormant the whole time. So it's one of those things I picked up a long time ago about school. I always remember that. That's why like I'm always I prefer spring and fall. That equinox time, equal amount of daylight time, because usually it's relatively, what's the word, temperate or mild during the day at least, but not cold at night. and generally
Yeah.
there's no insects at that time, mosquitoes, so it's quite comfortable. Like if you went camping or whatever, it'd be quite comfortable. You just got make sure you got some clothes and obviously food and water and all this other stuff. But in comparison to doing something like that in mid-December, mid-July or mid-August, or you either get
Yeah.
the bite from the cold or the bite from the mosquitoes. So I hope it's long enough. I forgot to check what time I started that. Hopefully I have enough power again.
Well, I hope you get some.
I'm assuming you can hear me. I put my headset back in.
Yeah.
And I should have enough time. But yeah. So like always, Shadow, I always ask you, what's the topic for next week?
Let's see. I need to.
I thought Parents Adventure gave you like 20 topics. Or was he exaggerating? Maybe he was exaggerating.
I have a lot of to choose from, so.
Well, like I said to you last week, offline, just whatever's more applicable, more likely that you'll put. Right? People would want to tune in, because it's seasonal dependent or whatever. And kind of going from that. Well, remember our little talk we had last week where I mentioned that? Because I know a lot of people that do different topics for live streams and stuff like that. They're always rearranging the schedule, whatever's more applicable, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, because some topics are just better to talk about now than later.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5.
So you should be good till March at least. All right.
I have probably 6 different left.
So yeah. So you could go. Yeah. So you basically because today's the 27th. Yeah. So yeah, that means you're good till like middle of March if you went with all 6. Because once March and April rolls around, then there's other things you can start talking about again, right? Gardening can come back into this scene again, right? Because more people will probably be thinking about that. Well, because after the third week of March, it'll technically be the first day of spring, right? So that kind of things are warming. You see the birds more, whatever, right? Everything's greening up. People are probably thinking about that more.
Actually, I missed one. I have at least 7 different topics to choose from for next week. So
yeah, and just kind of decide based on like either your preference or let's talk about this first. This seems more applicable because I've noticed. Well, it should be helping you with all these topics. It's just like scheduling the videos in advance. You have these topics in advance, right? So if let's just say someone gives you a really good idea, you can just pencil it in and just delay another topic for a little bit later. That's like maybe less dependent on the season. Like this topic, this information topic, right? We probably could talk about this at any time during the year, really, if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Because it's
Yeah.
probably applicable year round versus something more seasonal like gardening. People tend not to think about it as much when it's like cold outside. January, February, December. At least for me here. I know people in the U.S., southern states in the U.S. still think about it, but it's not the thing I look up right now, right? Because I'm thinking about other things, right? I'm thinking
Yeah.
winter gear and stuff like that they don't think about, right? But it's seasonal dependent. I need to do it now. So if I'm posting a video, I gotta post it now because I'm not posting about winter really in late March or April. Unless it suddenly snows randomly. That's different. But I'm not going to be talking about like, here's the mints that I have for winter time here in Canada, and I'm showing it at like mid-April. Better if I show it now. Well, like people can still see the snow outside and stuff like that, right? So one of the things I've been learning more. I mean, I already talked about this on my own live stream. All right, and well, because we're talking about information, right? I'm trying to keep the information relative too, for what's going on at the time.
Yeah.
So hopefully people want to tune in, take note of it or whatever, right? So of all the things I think, as a content creator, right? We're always looking for the next idea, the next topic, the next thing to talk about, right? Because you got to keep it fresh to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every year we could talk, like at Christmas time, we could talk about like being safe while you travel or whatever during, let's say, holidays or festive seasons, like let's say Canada Day, 4th of July here in North America. Yeah, you could talk about that every single year. But the thing is, you can't. I'm not talking about Christmas now. No, all right. But I could talk about it in the beginning of December if I wanted to, right?
Yeah.
But and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, Liselot, I think that is another good topic. I will put that
Yeah,
in my
that'd be good.
notebook.
And I know some people will have those.
Actually, it's a good topic, especially when it comes to wintertime.
Yeah, because during the winter time, things are maybe wetter from snow, freezing rain, and stuff like that. I know some of these places, not just here in Canada, receive precipitation like snow, but some places receive freezing rain. A little bit more challenging cooking with wood if you had to source it out, right? Now, obviously, in preparedness, you source it out beforehand, so you don't. It's again the tinder beforehand, right? While it's still sunny, right? You expect snow. Oh, it's supposed to rain tonight, Shadow. Let's grab some tinder before it rains, right? Be proactive about that versus trying to gather materials after it's rained. when you knew because you were still on the grid and your app open to the weather or whatever, you knew it was supposed to rain. Because I've seen that before where, dude, you knew it was supposed to rain, but I didn't think it would rain as much. But you knew it was gonna rain. It was in the forecast. This is why we're gathering the tinder now. You want to do this later when it's wet? Because we probably won't be able to burn much. Or it'll be more difficult. Or you would have to try, or perhaps you unnecessarily use that fire starter, for example, right? So, you're preparing more so it's easier later on, and you can still dip into some other preparedness items if you really felt the need for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, just based on what they wrote, but yeah.
I love my southern friends and family. It gets down to 60 Fahrenheit, and they start putting all the clothes on they own. Yeah. My Canadian neighbors are great cooks. They have 4 feet of snow and a barbecue grill going. Yeah, that sounds nice.
But yeah, that cooking with electricity, or let's just say, cooking with when the grid's down, something like that. Yeah, I think
I think I will take that topic for next week, actually.
or alternative heating, cooking options, something like that, right? Then you can kind of elaborate on it and be like, yeah, if the grid's down, power outage, certain little things that kind of, and there's real world examples of this that already happen.
Hey, Scotty B Show, good to see you.
Hi. There's real world examples of that have happened. Texas, 2021, for example, more of the more recent accounts. I mean, remember how I told you last week that someone went through a power outage for like 4 days? I think it was either 4 or 5. Remember how I told you that, right? It's that same idea, right? It's just like you have something in the meantime.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because let's just say the power outage is even for, let's just say, 1 full day, right? It'd just be nice to be able to, hey, I don't need to, go all the way across over here just to get some food to eat or a hot meal.
Yeah.
I can just cook it at home. You know what I mean? Because if you think of like if it's a localized outage or wherever, right, and you have food at home, yes, you have money, let's just say, and you decide what's better, going out spending the gas to go get fast food that's all the way on the other side just because there's power, right? Or hey,
Yeah.
I could just buy this canister of propane. I already got the heater. I can just cook at home. I don't even have to drive anywhere or go anywhere to per se get food, right? You don't have to, so to me, I would just cook at home whenever possible.
Yeah. But I think I take the how to cook without electricity next week, so that would be a good topic. So
Yeah. Because I feel like I'm already like giving the trailer for it, like the sneak peek, the theatrical trailer for it right now. Like I almost want to talk about, but I'll leave some stuff for next week. I gotta leave something for the viewers, right? We gotta have them keep wanting to come back, right, Shadow? Gotta leave something for next week.
Say it again, CR.
No, I was just saying I gotta leave some stuff for next week still to talk about, or else I'd just talk about it right now.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I think we take that topic for next week.
Yeah.
Actually,
but there's a lot of things. Like I said, there's lots to consider. That's why I don't want to dive too deep into it. But I will say, virtually any budget, anyone can do it though. You just need to consider your options, and even doesn't matter if you're in an apartment, a home, or whatever. Right, there is options out there. You just have to consider them and adapt them in, or consider them for your own use, whatever it is. I mean, even I know some people, like I said, there's options out there. And some people wouldn't consider it at first, but it is a backup option. Let's just say it's something you already commonly use, right? It's just, hey, it's independent from, per se, electricity or the grid, right? Because you have fuel to run it. You know what I mean? So Technically,
Yeah.
it's a secondary source of cooking, or with heat or whatever, right? And stuff like that. You could go on. Literally, I know we're gonna go on and on with that next week. I can already tell because there's a lot of options and stuff like that. Probably Bob will want to chime in. I know Preparedness Veteran want to chime in too on that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to chime in on that too. Because I've tried some of this stuff before too. Some stuff. So.
Yeah,
And it can help you out. It can
stick
help
with-
you out. It can help you out. Because usually, like, people that go camping usually have supplies like that, or it's part of their supplies. Because usually,
Yeah.
camping, even if it's glamping to a certain degree, you still have independent sources for cooking, because they're not tied into the grid through like an
Yeah.
infrastructure or like an outlet. Right? You might be running a generator, but it's just a different way of approaching it, right? And all that stuff. You know what I mean? And there's the gear that goes along with set cooking items, right? Because I guess it goes without saying, right? You need a pot to cook something in, or whatever, right? Container of some sort to cook whatever you're cooking, right?
Yeah,
know
it
what I mean?
depends on what you are going to cook.
Yeah. I guess that goes without saying. See, I can talk about it without revealing too much, but it's because these things would be a given. You would assume, hopefully you got a pots and pans to actually cook with, right? Obviously, that's probably one of the things, right, you're gonna need.
Yeah.
Not much use of fire is if you don't actually have a container to use to cook that, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, frying pan, whatever, grill, whatever. You know, something you could put it on. Hell, even a rock, right? Flat rock. People have been known to do
Yeah.
that, so. I actually have to double check the forecast again. I don't know. They said there was a possibility of like very light showers. I have to double check. I don't
Yeah.
think I would get that yet. However, I have seen rain here in January, technically, because it was above freezing. And the precipitation fell out as rain more than wet snow. Like it's hard to gauge it, but it looked more like rain than wet snow. Because it looked clear, like the droplets versus white. So I consider that more like rain or slushy rain. It's like it's hard to kind of notice the difference, right? But it looked less white. I consider that more like rain than versus flurries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's a great scale up line like where it crosses, right? And you're like, it's kind of bull, but it looks more. It's more. It doesn't look as white here. Yeah. I'll consider it as rain more. So. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, you know what? Then all that means I skip in 10. Let's see in there. That means I gotta come up with a topic for you now. For once.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I do mention stuff to you every so often anyway. I've already just mentioned it to you. If you consider whatever, right? Because I don't
Hey,
know.
Skippington, good to see you.
I usually know what the topics you've done before, but it's more like I don't know which ones you penciled in already. Knowing me, I'd be like, I say something and be like, oh yeah, I just said I have it scheduled in. Preparedness Veteran always mentioned it. I'm like, oh, of course, Preparedness Veteran already mentioned it to you. I should have been more proactive and did it first. Oh yes.
Yeah, PB, he always give me a
a list.
different. Yeah,
List.
he
Oh,
give
yes.
me that
He
every
doesn't just give you
suggestion
one.
in written.
He doesn't give you one.
way.
He gives you a list. It's like,
Yeah, he gave me a list basically. So
it's like apprentice veteran. How long did it take you to write all 9 paragraphs? just 10 minutes, Shadow. You just see this
yeah,
like this essay. It's like, wow. I've seen comments like that. I don't know if you've ever received comments, specifically on the YouTube side, where it's like paragraphs. Comment. I'm like, I actually read this stuff. Is it like if someone takes the time to write 9 paragraphs and it's on topic, then I'll read it. Although it takes me like 10 days to reply to it.
yeah.
I don't know if you ever received that on your channel on comment section. I don't know if anyone's ever left you a really long comment. like where you gotta click read more and you just look at it and it's like, is this like 200 characters? Or like no, like 500 characters? So, yeah. So are you working on the next video? I'm a little behind on your videos. I need to watch that. I think that was the pop-up towel one, wasn't it? I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, compressed towels.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
pop-up towel, whatever, however you want to call it. Yeah, I need to pop into that one. I've just been compressed on time because I'm trying to put out some content too, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll be able to chime in on it later today. Because I think it's only 5 minutes, isn't it? I should be able to squeeze in that time. You know, and leave a comment too. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Actually, I really like those.
Yeah, that's cool.
Really
Seriously,
like
you
those.
have one. You actually have one nearby. Why am I not surprised?
So this is 60 of them in this bag. So I
Yeah,
have 2 bags of these. So I have
I've heard
120.
I've heard of people putting them into round cylinder type of containers, like what you get for candy or something similar to that. That way,
Yeah, then I looked
instead of
at
keeping it
that.
in, like you keep it in the wrapper so it stays dry, but it's so it doesn't take a bunch of room, like it does in the bag itself, and stuff like that. And besides, you spread out the resource throughout different places, bags, kits, whatever, right? That way, you spread your eggs over over multiple baskets.
These are easy to pack. Get into your pack, and
yeah, I got a few.
And those doesn't take much space either. So
yeah, this is one a lot of people like to use the round containers because since they're round, the tabs, the compressed towels are round anyways, and they just drop it in and stuff like that.
yeah,
I
exactly.
know, and you can fit quite a bit in there. I mean, I got a few in my kits and bags too. These compressed type of towels that you just add water and they expand out. I don't use them that often, however, when I need them or whatever, because usually I bring a bandana, towel, something along the lines of that, right? However, if it was something like giving it to someone, right, I could offer it if I wanted to.
Yeah, the grumpy.
And there's secondary uses for a compressed towel like that. Yeah. Anyways, we are familiar with that. So
you dope them into a glucose tablet tube, and they're good forever. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I mean. Some sort of tube or anything like that. There's multiple tubes that you can reuse for that easily. I remember since the tabs are already the tabs are already sealed anyways. The container just has to be clean-ish, because you're not.
Yeah,
the tabs aren't directly touching the tube. There's a piece of plastic in the way, right? So, you could reuse something. It's not going to be that bad, all right? And it'd be worth it too, right? I mean, some of these containers with candy containers, they're bright color. You'd be able to notice that easily, right? No, right? You just put a label on it that says compressed towel or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Just add water, right? And no, anyone that looks at it and be like, oh, it's one of these, right? Like your wife would
you
know,
just
like, or
you just dip them in water and then
yeah,
you can unfold them and
yeah,
I would buy more of these because they are so useful. And for emergency, you can use these probably as a fire starter too,
well, yeah, because it's dry. I mean, you'll have to fluff it out.
because
Right?
they are so compact and compressed. So
Yeah,
it just
I see.
if you light them up, they will don't burn out that fast because they are so compressed. So
Yeah,
you will have at least a flame. I
or
don't
a
know
little
for
bit.
how long, but
I know, do a test,
probably enough,
right?
long enough for the fire going.
I mean, if you get over 2 minutes, that'd be pretty good for something that's if it wasn't, if no, there's nothing added to it like an accelerant or anything like that, right? Because honestly, I guess it goes without saying, if you had these compressed towels, pop-up towels, you probably have hand sanitizer too nearby,
Yeah,
relatively
yeah,
speaking, right? So you could get that going if need be, or in a survival situation or something like that. If you have access to pine, then you might be able to get some pine resin, right, to use to kind of
yeah.
as an accelerant or whatever, right, or something along the lines of that. Maybe it's bug spray or whatever. So stuff like that is good to keep in mind.
Yeah.
That's see, Shandel. That's why I don't want to use mine. Like I only have so many, right? Like I'll use it if I have to, right? I just wanna.
Yeah.
I'll use a reusable rag for personal use, but hey, I don't want to burn up the rag for the fire starter now. But I have this compressed towel. Okay,
No.
right. So that's my option. I'll just keep using this rag per se or towel, cotton towel, unless I have to use that single use disposable type of compressed towel. Because the towel is there. Basically, the towel is there for you to use as an emergency form of this, right? Because it's not going to expire as long as I keep it dry, sealed. It'll be good, right? It's probably good indefinitely, I would assume, right? But once I use it, that's it. Right? I won't have that resource again, which means I got to resupply it. I mean, it's one thing you have a bag of it, right? But if you only have so many, right? You still want that option, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I can go grab a bag right now. I probably have a few in there that I've acquired, right? And stuff like that.
Hey Bob, good to see you, brother.
Oh, I
I
thought
didn't
you was
see
actually
him compliment.
no. I thought you was joining us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shower time back soon. Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
put out the link to Amazon.com on these
yeah,
compressed towels for if somebody is interested.
or something
Interested.
similar, or something similar. All right.
Yeah.
I think for me, I would probably not use them all the time, like day to day, but there's could be benefits if you're doing also like hiking, camping, right? Where you don't have resupply, an emergency kit, some sort of go bag. I could see the use of it, right? Because it doesn't take up that much room, like bulk. It doesn't weigh that much, obviously, because it's mostly air compressed out. And technically, it's multifunctional to a certain degree, right? It can help you in many different things, not just with water, but with fire too, right? So, and there could be other reasons to using it, right? Stuff like
Yeah.
that. I think this is why, like I said, I'll use like cotton rag versus bandana first, for example, right?
Yeah, bandana works
Yeah.
too.
It's just well because
That's why I like
those are my
bandanas.
options, right?
They
Well,
are so
in
versatile.
my yeah, that way instead of using the consumable right away, I'll use the reusable first. If I gotta use the consumable version of it, then I still have that option. Versus it using it right away, right? And not having that option later because I already used it already. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like I got a few these compressed towels, right? But I also keep a bandana or a piece of cotton material to act like a bandana towel, whatever, right? That's the point of it. So I have that option. So depending on what I'm doing, right? You know what I mean? Like if I'm trying to pre-filter some water,
Hey,
maybe I'll
Caleb.
use. Hi, Kaylin. You know, maybe if I'm pre-filtering some water and I have to do it, maybe I'll use the pop-up towel for that, right? Just so I know I can see what's getting filtered out, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Something like that versus using my bandana right away, which is darker in color and I can't see what's actually on it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like I said, these compressed towels could be multifunctional. Actually, I can, yeah. Multifunctional, relatively lightweight, relatively without too much bulk. So, yeah. I mean, it's going to be consumable, though. So, you know what I mean? But some of those candy containers, you can fit, I don't know how many in there, whatever the amount is, 5, 10, whatever. So, you should be able to, that should be adequate. That should be adequate. I mean, if you're using more than that, then it's either a long-term situation or you're using them really fast for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Like if I went camping or whatever, planned activity, I probably wouldn't use them. I'll bring a reusable towel just because, I'm not gonna waste a pop-up towel when I'm sitting at a campsite. Right? It just because once I use it, then it's gone, right? I still don't. And if I didn't bring another towel, then I would have to use another pop-up towel then, right? But
Yeah.
in a situation where, hey, I got to scramble out from the campsite, right? Hey, now I got the pop-up towel. Oh, I forgot. I left my bandana at the fire pit, but it's raining and we're not going back. Oh, at least I got the pop-up towel.
Yeah.
Right? Then I can justify using it because now I don't have that reusable option anymore because something happened to it. So that way, the resource I still have a part of the resource I can still use, or a form of the resource I can still use. So the options are on the table still for me. Versus, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I was thinking like that can always be a topic. I just have to word it in a certain way. Because in the hiking community, like anyone that does these ultralight hikes or like and stuff like that, weight is always an issue. Bulk weight is always an issue, right? Because you can only carry so much. You can only carry so much weight on you, right? And the lighter you are, the more quickly you can move. But there's always your base weight, and then your base weight with consumables, which include water, food, and fuel. Because as soon as you consume that, the weight goes down. Food, water, it goes down. The fuel level goes down on your butane stove or whatever. It'll get later. Those are considered consumables, right? But you need to replenish those consumables, hopefully with something, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because once
Exactly.
you use it, it's kind of like you're not getting it back necessarily anytime soon. All right, you consume that granola bar, well, you just consumed it. You're not getting that back. per se, right? You consume the water, you don't have to find another water source, right? You consume that piece of wood for fire, well, now you're gonna find another piece, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I know, so yeah. Sorry, I feel like I went on a tangent there, like usual. I like how Kaylin wrote my name with an E-R-E. You like name rations, you get a compressed telling them, and they're also like, yeah, okay, cool. There are white bandanas and handkerchiefs available. I have some. Yeah, I have a white one too, Kaylin. I'm just saying some people have a darker color, navy blue, black, whatever, right?
Yeah, I have in different colors too, but not white.
I mean, I do have one white one, but that's someone I gifted that to me. It's actually sitting in the room. All right. It's like I said, it depends what you have access to. I mean, like, but really, a white cotton T-shirt is pretty accessible, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It's pretty accessible for most people. They can acquire that. So you just got to make sure it's clean, or at least clean up to your standards to use for reasons,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like you're pre-filtering water with it. You're not just something like that, right? You've laundered it, and you blah blah blah, right? And let's just say if it's white, it doesn't matter if you let it sit in the sun, because it's not just not get magically whiter in the sun. It just keep looking white. So. Because I've had stuff like that where I'm like, I've added them into the bag, right? In the meantime, as an option, you know. But now I have other options like a compressed towel too, right? So it just adds to that the option menus that I have, right? So whatever works better depending on the situation, how long the situation's lasting for, right? You know, the pump like a compressed towel is there for, hey, I got to use it now. Right, and I got to pre-filter extremely dirty water for some reason, right? Okay, I'll use that over the bandana, right? Get my bandana clean because I'm using that bandana over my face or to wipe my face, right? That kind of deal, right? But you know, if I'm just wiping my face, I'll probably use the bandana over the compressed towel because that's the option I have, right? So whatever, and giving myself options, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a big fan of having options available. Because when you don't have options, it feels like, you know, you're up the creek with that paddle, right? You have no more alternative options or no more contingencies. Because then you start running into issues, right? It's like, now I have to do it like this because it's the only option left. Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't cross this lake. I have to go around because I don't have a boat or anything, right?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
something like that. Something like that. You have to go around now because you don't have the option of a boat, and it's not wintertime where you could just walk across on ice, right? Because it could be in a situation like that. It's just like, well, it's above freezing, and I don't want to tempt myself walking over this, frozen-ish ground in the winter, because it's above freezing for the last 2 days. You don't want to attempt that, right? That means your only option is to go around now. So it's nice to have options, right? You know, even to relate, even to relate it, to the 2020 thing with the TP thing, right? People forgot the options available. It's like TP was the only option. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I felt
especially.
It felt like TP was the only option people had, right? Like I didn't have to worry. I had, like I said, I'm showing you personally what I can or I have now, right? But at that time, I wasn't even concerned about that That was the least of my concerns. I knew I could dip into other things if I had to, right? I had wipes, I had compressed towels, I got rags I can dip into if I really needed to, right? If I really needed to, right?
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
like when we ran out of TP in 2020. Well, these guys will come in handy in a
Yeah, at least,
situation like that.
yeah,
You
right.
have, you are not our,
Out of options, right?
you always
think
have, you
I
have
think
that option.
yeah, you have that option, right? You know, I'm not saying it's always gonna be the greatest option, but it's still an option, right? But I think
Well, it's a better option than don't have any option.
yeah, I mean, I think this is where people start to run into issues where you start to see that kind of how do I don't want to use the word hoarding as the word here, but where they overly purchased it. Let's just say overly purchased it. There's videos out
Yeah,
there at that time. I've seen them, right? Every single country too, right?
yeah,
There's pretty much no country that is excluded from that. Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, pretty much on every continent. Here in Canada, in the U.S., Europe, Australia, pretty much all of them. There was some form of it, right? And I think people forgot that, you know, we had stuff before we had this, by the way, right? There was other things, right? And there's options out there, right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And it also showed, you know, the lack of preparedness overall, generally speaking. You know what I mean? I don't know
yeah,
how many of us really know someone that actually did this. That hey, because I know a friend that said, "Hey, CR, should I get some more?" I'm like, dude, you have enough to last for the next 6 months, right? Are you truly
yeah,
don't use this all, right? That kind of deal. Like, I don't know. I know someone like that did that. Would say, should I get more? That kind of like I'm not saying not have it, but like have enough to get you by, and stuff like that, right? Because this price gouging, like it was one of the things too that happened. We all aware of the price gouging, right? That happened during that time, and which is hand sanitizer. There was probably TP too, right? That happened with, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
I went on, I checked on eBay on some of these. I was just like, "Are you serious? $25 for 6 rolls? What the
yeah,
right? Like, who's gonna buy this?" I don't know if people actually bought it, but I mean, like, if you went and bought that, uh, you know, that's where the preparedness community came in and said, like, and talked about food's more important than that. They didn't get food at the same time. But I mean, like, for that same cost of like $25 to get 6 rolls, I could just got like a bunch of T-shirts from like a first store, cut them up, and then put them in a bag after I used the toilet or something like that, and it would have been cheaper, right?
yeah. I agree.
You know what I mean? Because they're specifically people were paying for that convenience factor of it, right? And then they wonder, I don't have any food on the table because you spent the money, you allocated the money towards something like TP over food. Remember, you need food to use that TP. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then a lot of
yeah,
people forgot about that. I don't know, you probably seen it, Kaylin. I know everyone else in here probably seen someone or knew someone indirectly, a friend, family member that went for this. That
yeah.
you kind of saw it. I saw it. I don't know about you, Shadow. If you saw something directly or indirectly about this, because like, let's remember we actually went for this, right? It was
Yeah.
the
Kaylin says that panic buying made as much sense to me as a parka in the Sahara Desert. Yeah,
yeah, right.
I
It's just
agree
like,
with that.
and pretty much they're just like stopgap measures versus more prepared people that were like, okay, canning supplies, canned food, rice, and stuff like that, right? It's, you know what I mean? Where they're just
Yeah.
on the next step. Because just like how Preparedness Veteran said earlier about lead time, and I always mention lead time too, because individuals like ourselves that were more prepared, right? We were already on the next step after, you know, we're already on the next step kind of deal, right? We weren't
Yeah.
at the starting line, right? We were a couple kilometers, miles into the trek already, right? So we've gone beyond that kind of thinking of doing it like that, right? You know what I mean? Like I said, and then
Yeah.
I can go into this right now. Not even joking. I'll go into. Well, okay, it's kind of dark in here. I'm not even joking.
Hey,
See?
Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Not even joking. See? Hey, Bob.
What's up, Phyllis?
I'm just
I'm doing good.
relaying some stuff here. I'm just saying like how people that were prepared more weren't thinking about TB. They were thinking about the next thing, food, water, etc. Beyond that state.
True.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't know, Bob, about you. You probably knew someone or indirectly knew someone that went through that state where they're like messaging you. Do you know where to? Can I get some over here? Can I get some over here? Should I get more? I actually saw it myself. I like I said, we're like I mentioned this for this veteran earlier in the stream, but well, I only heard about the TV thing because of Facebook. Because my friends were sending me stuff. It's just like, really? This is a thing? Right? I didn't see it on YouTube. I saw it on Facebook first because people were socially chatting about it, right? And talking about, and talking about, oh, there's none available or whatever, right?
Oh.
And how I was saying, we did without before. I'm not saying we want to, but, there's our options.
Are you saying
Right.
TV or TB?
TP.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah. I mean, like
ridiculous.
$25 for a 6-pack of rolls. Like, I was saying to Shadow here, I'm like, I might as well just go to the first store and buy some old useless T-shirts. I'll cut them up. I'll put them in a bag after use, and I'll save the money and buy more food. Right?
Yeah.
To me, that sounds more long-term solution versus, right? Okay, I spent my last $25 on this, but I have no food. But I got TP. Yeah. But nothing
Yeah.
will come out, so you won't be using that TP. Yeah.
I think a lot of that was a social experiment by the mass media, seeing how many stupid people are out there who will have a fit about not. Oh God, and millions of them.
Yeah.
Millions. People are just.
It was on almost every single country.
Yep.
Every single country. It was in the US and Canada too. Like I seen the videos out there and just like really people are winding up and it's almost like a Black Friday type of event and they're rushing instead of buying that TV. It's just like stacks of rolls of it. I mean, like seriously, what the hell did you guys do for the last like 6 months? Right?
Well, yeah, I mean,
if the rolls are on sale, yeah, okay, purchase them.
Step in the damn shower. Go in the shower.
Like, that's what I was just like, because like in the preparedness community, like I said, we were kind of, well, I shouldn't say we, but generally the more prepared people were saying, like, get some food at the same time. There's our options. There's a bidet if you want to go that route, right? All this other stuff, right? Why spend $25 on 6 packs of rolls? Get gouged for that.
My Filipino family, we know how to use soap and water and wash your ass.
Yeah, if absolutely necessary.
It really wasn't a problem in our place, in our home, but my wife says if we ever run out and she opens up the pantry and there's big stack up of paper table napkins.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think
paper towels.
I would look towards other options too, because like I said, why am I going to spend $25 on a 6-pack of roll?
Oh, I
like
wouldn't.
Really? That just price gouging, and not to mention people that actually formally got charged for assaulting other people during this.
I think
There
it
was
was
instances.
what do you guys think? I think it was part of a social experiment to see how many billions of sheeple are out there. Come to find out, there's a lot of them.
Well, like I said, there's videos out there from almost every country.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just localized to a specific country or race or ethnic group.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Mhm.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter if you're Asian, white, whatever.
Correct.
It didn't matter if you're LGBTQ, whatever, right? It's just like it didn't matter.
Well,
Anyone could be affected. However, the prepared people were kind of like, no, we're good on that. We're good on that. We're
I
we're
think
a couple steps ahead.
the whole thing was a damn social experiment. Everything, seeing how the people will react, see how far we can push them. But when's the last time you were fired, CR?
Now?
Oh.
Now seems like a good time, no?
Now that you're CR, you're fired. Now I can't stay too long, fellas. Mrs. is going to be
Well,
off.
I understand that.
Mrs. will be home soon, and we're supposed to go out on a date tonight. So, hello, Idaho. Yeah.
Hey, it's BC. I like how you just showed up. Yeah. So.
BC Gerbs, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
In terms of information, right? That information went by real fast over the grapevine. Everyone knows that. Yeah. It's, if you didn't see it on Facebook, you saw it on Instagram. You see these posts from other people or from family members or your friends, or they call you up. All right, like literally, like every single. Oh, I found some over here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, like to me, I wasn't even worried about that. I'm like, I had TP back from like 2017, 2018 because I got it when it was on sale.
Yeah.
And I just kind of had enough, right?
Can I go into a kind of a different direction, but along the same lines?
Okay.
Good. Here's my wife. My wife started learning how to shoot and getting her own right around the same time that there was the George Floyd riots. So my thing was ammunition because she bought some pistols that were not common to what I had. So my thing was pistol ammunition because what good is a handgun if you don't have any ammunition for it? And there was no ammunition out there during the George Floyd riots of 2020. But just so happened she started picking up handguns at that time. And so it was like, yeah, hon, you got a nice 38 special, but we don't have any bullets for it. I think the gun store sold us one box of 50. That was all we had. Oh, she's home. Hon, I'm all showered, ready to go. You want to stick your hand over here? Oh, she brought me. What? Oh, come here. Yeah, she's right there.
Hi.
Yeah. Just put your hand over here. Ooh, hello, baby.
That's good.
She brought me. Aren't we gonna go eat? Warm it for me, will you? Okay, I'll sign off here. Yeah, she brought me home.
Well, at least Bob's not to be starving. He's getting a little bit more than bread and water today. These ongoing jokes are always fun.
But I would say along the same lines as that toilet paper thing in my house, because the riots were going on in Seattle, Tacoma, Everett, all the cities, and then into the suburbs, and we couldn't get ammunition because my wife decided to buy handguns and learn at that time. It's like, oh my God, are you serious, hon? Yeah.
But to me, it was just known as getting it on sale while it's on sale. instead of like when it's at regular price, right?
Yeah.
And just take advantage and get 2 this time because it's on sale, right? And it'll buy me 6 months, maybe
But
until the next sale, right?
to me, okay, my wife's coworkers and my son was looking all around the internet to try to find ammunition, and they started sharing that information with each other. The Filipino mafia, and so we finally was able to get some for her 38 and her 357 and things like that. 9 millimeter. Oh God, that was hard to find, but we found it, and it took a while to get here. But
Yeah, that just shows there could be a similar supply for whatever resource, ammunition, TP, but that demand increases so much that the supply just what happened? It's gone, right? It's just gone.
Yeah,
and people got to be aware of that, right? You're gonna be aware, there could be external forces or influences that push that demand higher.
Yeah.
Right. But if you already have it in advance enough, right, you don't have to be like, on the black market to get TP or pay $25 for a 6-pack. That's crazy, right?
For toilet paper, oh man.
No, because basically, it's obviously price gouging, but pretty much it's like you're paying for not preparing for it in the first place. Now you gotta pay that outrageous price if you wanted, kind of deal, right?
Right.
And you didn't have any options to either make it or use something else, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's just
you guys know I've been into preparedness for years, and that ammunition situation was the only time I kind of got caught with my pants down.
I mean, it can happen to any one of us, right?
Sure.
I'm pretty sure we shouldn't think there's a perfect preparedness plan or people are perfect at preparedness, right? No. Something has happened and you just got caught off guard. However, with that said, we're not completely caught off guard all the way. We have some options. We still have some TP. We just don't have as much as we would like at that time, or whatever. Ammunition could be anything.
Yeah. But I would urge anyone who's into preparedness. Elections are coming up. There's bound to be civil unrest all over the place, and just buy your supplies now while it's on the shelf.
To be honest, Bob, I feel like there's gonna be a division. I sense it.
I hope not.
I hope not too, but I mean, technically, we've seen this before, so
yeah.
Hopefully, it would. So that's why. Well, you guys have elections in the U.S. this year. We have elections next year, so that's what I mean. It's just like that kind of like overspill will kind of just linger for the next 2 years. Here, kind of like on and off, right? Hopefully, it'll be more sensible.
I hope so.
Hopefully, a little bit more sensible, right? Hopefully, we've learned a few lessons from the last couple of years. This didn't turn out so great the last time we tried it like this.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the option, right? Let's try something else. Right? Hopefully, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope everybody keeps their heads cool. I think most people will. Most people are pretty smart. They know better than to go do too many foolish things,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, people got arrested over TP or charged for assault. That's crazy if you think about it, right?
I agree.
That's nuts. If you told anyone that 10 years ago, they'd be like looking at you. Are you nuts? You got charged for fine over toilet paper?
Thank you, baby. Thank you so much.
Or for example, right? Yeah. Hey Shadow, I should have ate before I joined.
Are you hungry again, CR?
Damn right, no. How'd you know? No. Well, yeah.
I gotta eat, guys. Yeah.
Oh, hey Bob. I don't know if you know. Next week's topic is cooking without electricity or off grid or backup options for cooking. So
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So keep that in mind for next week, because I'm pretty sure you would have some stuff to chime in about next week.
Absolutely.
I know I want to
yes.
chime in.
Absolutely,
I have a
yes.
couple
I
things,
do.
couple
Mhm.
real life stories or something like that. It's
Mhm.
always good to
Mhm.
hear the real life stories from people. They're
Yep.
like, hey, this is what I experienced.
Mhm.
Right.
I agree with you about that one.
No, because it shows that like these problems aren't just like localized to a country or a certain
Mhm.
race or anything like that. That hey, anyone can go for it. It's just like how I said about the TV. There was all forms of life. It didn't matter how old, how young, what country. Right? There's people that went for that phase with the TV. Right?
Mhm.
Like you look at any of those videos, it's just like, yeah, it didn't matter what race, it didn't matter what age, almost. It just like they were just not as prepared. That's the common thing. They weren't as prepared and thinking ahead, and instead of thinking at the moment, kind of deal, right? You know, and they weren't as proactive, and they were reacting, just constantly reacting to the next thing, right? Versus being more proactive about the situation and what was coming along at that time, right? You know, so
Yeah, that key word is reactive. Well, it's too
yeah,
late. You know. Mhm.
yeah. You're gonna start. You're behind, all right? You're still at the starting line. Good deal.
Mhm.
You know, we're a couple miles into the trek already, into the marathon of it, right? You know, we went maybe we even went for a state like that too, or something similar to that. But you know, we've learned our lesson too. It's like let's not do that again. Trust me, don't do that. It won't end well. Don't fight over TV because I could charge for it. You know, something like that. Not saying I did, but you know, like that's not the way you wanna like. I could see stories like that from people telling their grandkids. It's like, yeah, don't fight over TV. It's not worth it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, all right?
Don't get arrested over toilet paper.
Yeah, because that's crap you don't need. Uh, uh, they just rate themselves, Shadow. Wow, they
that
just
will
rate
that
themselves.
Yeah,
will
They just,
that would wipe out your clean record.
yeah,
oh,
definitely.
nice one, Bob. I'll give you props for that one. Yeah, sweet. I'll give you props for that one, Bob. Oh my. I know says Bob's a bad guy. No, he's pretty cool. No, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Yeah,
Bob gets
no,
it sometimes. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Are you still? How's that fertilizer going for you? I don't know if you noticed anything. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think it's been out. Hasn't been that long, but
mm. What's the second I'm eating? It's going well.
Yeah, we can hear that.
No. Might as well show it down. See, are you hungry? Here.
I'm glad I'm not looking at the screen. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
But I have to look at the comment section.
I have got a formula now that works out pretty well. What is it? One tablespoon. I bought some little measuring spoons. 1 tablespoon for I got a little bottle with markings on it from Amazon here.
Mm,
1 tablespoon in about 25 ounces of water, or also about around 600 milliliters, right around there. And then
okay.
one tablespoon of that stuff, I've got it ground down to a very fine powder. Drop it in there, and then I bought one of these little hand mixers
Hmm.
from Amazon, one of these little guys, and whip it in, blend it up until it turns just as fine as possible. I've did that several times today.
Well, hey Bob. That's not milkshake, right? That's
No, it
not
ain't a
chocolate
milkshake.
milkshake. That
No,
ain't not chocolate milkshake.
that ain't a
See,
milkshake.
see, I pay
No.
attention. I pay attention
Mhm.
to your videos
Yeah.
because I know you
Then
said that.
I run outside and pour it into my strawberry plants, and I want to see how much of it stays on the top of the soil, and this mixture here goes way down into the roots like that. So I think I got a winning formula right now.
Well, I know when you increase the surface area, obviously it can be consumed or drawn in faster, just because.
Mhm.
Well, it's not a big piece. It's not like you put a whole banana peel kind of deal, right? It's been you fragmented or increased the surface area so much that
Yeah.
like the microbes, the bugs or whatever can start breaking it down, and
Mhm.
in time, in comparison, if it was a whole piece of fruit
Yeah.
or whatever,
Yeah, I would
that'll
really
take a
like.
long time.
I would really like it so the fertilizer follows the water down into the roots immediately.
Mm.
That's why I'm grinding it finer and finer and finer. So
Yeah, like
that's
I said, I've seen people mix that stuff in.
Mhm.
Like this is what I've also shown ways of doing it without power, if necessary, right?
Mhm.
Just in case, some more long-term situation, or maybe power's intermediate, but you still gotta get it done, stuff like that. Like
Yeah,
I've already shown the eggshell thing, all you gotta do is take a glass bottle. So glass bottle, just roll it over top, just bring the pile back together, roll it almost like kneading dough, right? It just fragments all the eggshells out, and that's without power, and it doesn't even take that long, really.
yeah, that's why I make a large amount of these things.
Yeah,
Same
yeah,
with the fire starters and all that. So if we are without power, it's right there on the shelf, ready to go.
yeah. I actually have a fire chest. I actually do have a fire chest. I've only shown it once, the outside, anyways. It was a very sneak peek, and then I have that video is unlisted now, but I did show parts of it. I have to update it again. It's because just in case I need to dip into it, right? Stuff that's kind of like extra stuff, extra wicks, extra lighters, extra matches, storm matches, and stuff like that I have, right? Just to
Mhm.
keep them contained and together, right? And maybe I got some pieces of fab wood in there, and stuff like that I could use. For example, extra pencil sharpeners, right? So
Yeah.
like I have that option, right? So if I gotta really use fire, well, I have something. I'm pretty sure one of those things will work.
Yeah, you think along the same lines as I do, is just if you find a winning formula or a winning whatever, make a lot
Mhm.
of it. Put it away.
Yeah, that way you not only you have the option, but you have a substantial or sufficient amount of that option, right?
Mhm.
Just, especially with something like a fire starter. Well, it's a consumable, so once you use it, that's it, right? You're not getting it back, right? So
Right.
you're gonna consume
Right.
another one. So it's just why just have a few when you can make a few more than a few, right? Especially if you have the resources available for it, right? Like, and I'll come back to that. I said it about the TP about using like a con shirt if you had to. Well, con shirt can work as a fire starter too, right? So it's like, you know, I've mentioned it before. Like you make
Mhm.
char cloth or whatever you want to, but since it's con, technically you can make it into a fire starter if you had to, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you have an outside barbecue pit or something, fire pit or something that you're using, right? Because instead of having to burn the furniture, I'll burn this first, right? I still want to sit on this chair, right? After this is over, right? But if I burn the chair, I won't have a chair for later. That means I have to buy a chair later, kind of
Yeah.
deal, right?
I think
I,
for we've got that paint can stove
yeah.
and others. The last we're doing well in this house. The last part of that I did was got some of those solar lights, and I lit up the pathway from the back door all the way to the shed so I could get the dry wood and the fire starters, and then also come back underneath the gazebo and the lights come on and I could cook day or night very quickly. That was like the last touch of the cooking without power for my place.
Well, that's good. That's good, Mom. Like, yeah. So you have
Yeah.
options. I'm like, I even acquired new solar lights
Oh
too.
yeah,
So I
I
have that
mhm,
extra option of like for lighting aids, right?
you bet.
You know,
Yep.
I can put them in a washer if I want to. It's like,
Mhm.
you know,
Mhm.
because the thing is, like I've always said, you don't want to be stuck without power when the power goes out or blackout. When you're in the washroom or in the shower, that's the last place I want to be stuck in. Because you're not cool, you're wet, you probably still have to rinse out your hair because you have shampoo in it, right? You still
Mhm.
have to get changed, right? You're kind of
Yep.
vulnerable in that spot. And the last thing I want is to stub a toe, slip, or anything like that. You just make it worse because supposedly you
Exactly.
can't see, right? Because you're feeling everything out, right?
Yeah.
So I'm always a big proponent to have a flashlight, a light source in the washroom, especially if it's one without a window, like a
Yeah.
downstairs one or like an apartment, right? Because
I've got a
technically we don't know when.
Yeah, I've got a tea light in each one of our bathrooms. And also those solar lights, I can just lift them out of the stirrup, bring them in the house, and use them for that. And I got
Yeah. I can use.
candles, lanterns, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, so you don't have to use the candles yet if you don't have to, because
There
it's
you
the
go.
same thing as the fire starter. If you consume it, you're not gonna have that candle, right?
Yeah.
But if it's you're getting for some reason you're getting plenty of sun, for some reason in this situation, right? But if you're not, then you can dip into the candle. So you have options, right? Whatever's
Mhm.
more applicable that can help you out and, hopefully sustain enough time until things come back or until
Yeah.
you can resupply whatever comes first. That's
Yeah.
why I was just like, because I've seen this time and time again where, people will buy something and never use it. It's just like, what's the point? Like, you
Mhm.
never even try. Like, I have a friend that actually, supposedly, I gotta talk to him again later today and ask him. He bought 10 solar lights. I keep asking him, have you used them? He's like, no, I'm waiting. For what? For what, man? For what? You're just storing these solar lights, 10 solar lights without actually, they haven't even been in the sun, let alone taking out the little plastic tab off the battery. I'm like, how do you know they're even working?
Yeah.
Oh, they
That's
should
the
work,
thing.
CR. They should work. Well, you don't know for
Mhm.
sure because I've seen
Yeah.
solar lights that I bought before that did not work.
Mhm.
Either the LED wasn't working on them or there was something wrong with the internal rechargeable battery. I've seen that. That's
That's
why I'm just like,
important.
what
Yeah.
you want to know that it's working. And
Bingo. Yeah.
besides, what I told them is, if one doesn't work, you can't return it because you're outside that receipt or 30-day return phase
Right.
now.
Yeah.
And
When
you
it
went
comes
right, and that
I'll interrupt again. I brought 2 of those solar lights that I have in my backyard to my house overseas, and my brother-in-law also bought some big ones, and he's already put them into our house overseas. So, and while he was over he bought them for us, and he had them at our house. And I said, "Well, bro, let's open these boxes and see if they work." They work.
Mhm.
So after we left, he came back and he's installed them in our house. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like my analogy to it is like if you to my friend was like if you got a new phone, you would be playing around with it. You'd be setting it up right away. What's the difference between having a new phone to having new solar lights, for example? Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's how I see it. I mean,
Yeah.
if it was a new phone, new PlayStation, new game or something, you would be on it so fast
Right
trying it
now.
out, right? You'd
Yeah.
be on it right
Exactly.
away. New
Mhm.
car, you'd be trying it out, test driving it right away, right? What's the difference between that and a solar light?
I
In
agree.
terms of
Yeah.
you making sure it's running, that it's working or whatever, right? I mean, like to me, that just it's common sense. It's like, just try stuff out first, right? It's not
Buy a new
just
car.
if it.
Buy a new car and don't drive it. It's like,
Oh yeah,
huh?
what's even the point then?
Yeah.
You
I'm gonna
know,
have to. I'm gonna have to bounce, fellas, because we're
Okay,
gonna.
no problem, Bob.
take care, Bob.
All right. Good to
We'll
talk to
catch
you
you next
again.
week.
Well, CR, since okay, we're thinking along the same lines. You're unfired for the first time today. All right, you're
Yes.
unfired.
Woohoo! My hands were actually in the air.
All right, see you later, Idaho.
Take
Take
care.
care, Caitlin. Yeah, all right, bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh yeah, Caitlin. When Patty, her deck faces north. I know she can get some west east sun early, but obviously it's limited, especially this time
Yeah,
of
and
year.
probably it's not enough.
Yeah, because it would have to be out there for a long period of time. Because obviously you're getting way reduced amount of weight in comparison to full weight.
Yeah.
So something that would need at least 1-2 hours of full weight would probably take 7 days at least, indirectly. Like let's say cloudy periods or something like that. Because I've noticed that too. You barely get a charge. Because the charge becomes like almost like a 10th or 100th of the original voltage. So
Yeah.
instead of being 2 volts, it's like 0.2 volts. It's just like, it takes forever. Because it's pretty much
Yeah,
like
I
a
agree.
trickle charge at that time, right? So you, yeah. But this is why I said, but of course, Caitlin has options like candles, flashlights, along the lines of that too, right? You know, her power station she has, you know, she probably just tops it off. When's the last time you topped off that power station you had? Have you checked it? Or that one that you showed us a while back?
Yeah.
I think that was last year, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Still working.
yeah, I mean, it's just like,
Fully charged.
yeah, just top it off, right? You know, if you're gonna use it, then use it, right? Or test it out, you know, then retop it back off,
No,
right?
I haven't. No, I haven't had time to do it, but it has been a lot of other stuff I have
Oh, of course.
to do first. So
You know, it's just like a battery
if
bank,
I'm
right?
gonna, yeah, it is.
It's well, in terms like I got 2, so I can let one drain all the way down. But I think, you know, because 2 is more than 1 is none kind of deal, right? So I have a backup, right? But I always make sure if one's drained, the other one's charged all the way, right? So I always have one fully charged, right? You know what I mean? And while I'm charging
Yeah.
the other one, I can use the other one kind of deal, right? So like I've been camping before where I only had half a battery on the battery bank, but you know, usually it's good enough for 3-4 days, right? Because I'm not doing that much with it, but you know, but it does help. 'Cause especially the last time. The last time I went out on a camping trip, something happened, right? Someone locked the keys in the vehicle, and they had to wait for a tow truck, but they had to wait online, so I had to give them their a battery bank so you know they could stay on hold, right? So it helped.
Yeah.
So you know, I was just seeing, you know, because usually I would just use it for my phone or whatever, you know, so I can keep recording or whatever, right? But I'm like, oh, but this is important, right? Obviously, right? So I gave it to them to use, right? So
Yeah.
because then, well, because everyone else was just renting vehicles to charge up their phone, right? Well, she didn't want to just stay in a hot vehicle during the summer, right? Even with the AC running, right? And stuff like that,
Yeah.
right? She just wanted to relax in the tent or do other things, right? Because you're not mobile then, right? And she had to do other things, right? She went for a walk too, right? But she could just still go for a walk. She's just tethered to the battery bank, right? She's holding the phone, just waiting to get on hold on the line with someone, right? I mean, everything's good, but they came out the next
Yeah.
day. It was all good, right? But I was just like, it just shows that sometimes, you know, these preparedness things aren't always just for us to use in terms of the people that use them, but for our friends and family members that are with us, right? So we can give them a hand, all right? Because, like I said, she was stressed out for what it was, you know, for what it was, right? At that time, right? Like, trust me, she was swearing and cursing all this stuff, right? But, you know, it kind of helped, you know, knowing that, oh, good, I don't have to worry about my phone dying here, except for the battery bank
Yeah.
I can use for a little bit, right? And stuff like that. I kind of wish I had more charge on it, but that's just something I just have to do, right? And stuff like that. And knowing and trying out the gear, right? And using it too, right? You know, don't be squeamish about the gear, right? You know, if you're gonna use
Yeah.
it for the reasons, right? You know, just like the solar lights. I swear I'm not ask my friend that. Because he told me that he said he had 10 solar lights, and I've been asking him if he's used them yet. He's like, no. I'm waiting. He bought them back in September. It's like January. Like, I understand it's winter right now, but still. Or what? No, in August, right? I was just like, really? So,
Yeah.
because like I said, he has no idea. He's assuming that they work. He's assuming they'll last a long time, right? And maybe out of 10, maybe 9 of them do. But what happens if you got a couple bad lemons in the batch, right? Because like I said, I've seen this twice now on a purchase item, right? Right out of the store, right? I purchased this floodlight this one time for $60. I had to return it because the solar panel was working, the LED lights were working on it. However, the battery was working, the solar panel was working. I think the LEDs weren't working.
Yeah,
because I tried the solar panel with something else because I had a multimeter to check the voltage, right? I'm like, I'm getting power, but the LEDs aren't turning on at all, no matter what I try, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And this last pack of solar lights I bought, right? I had to return them because one of the solar lights, the LED wasn't working. Like, I checked the batteries. The solar panels were charging, right? Because of the multimeter. I check in the sun. Yeah, it's charging. There's voltage coming in. Just the LED's not working in this, right? So I exchanged it because there was still time, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, like, even if I had issues at the customer service or whatever, I'd be like, I can prove it, but it's not working, right? I just bought this, right? Why would I do it? Yeah, and all this stuff, right? But now, as soon as I got the new ones, like the same ones, but newer, the same ones, I checked right away. First thing I checked was like, okay, LEDs working on all of them, the solar panels working, all the batteries are good, so I'm good now.
Yeah.
Right. Because some people stack or put things away for preparedness without checking on them, right? Because I mean, that's a degree of like you're leaving it up to chance or fate or whatever you want to call it, right? Because you're assuming it'll work, like depending what it is, right? I mean, if it's like a knife, I mean, really, it's either gonna be sharp, working, or whatever, or it's not, right? Electronics, it's either gonna turn on or it's not, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, right? Because I mean, people would check on expirations or best before dates on stuff like food or prescription medicine or OFCs, over the counter, OTCs, right? And stuff like that. What's the difference, right? Like, what's the difference? Like I said, right? You would check your new phone. If you got a new phone, you would try it right away. You got a new PlayStation, Xbox, whatever, gaming console, game, or whatever, computer, whatever, phone, you would try it right away. I mean, it's just one of those things to me. Why should it be any different? You know what I mean? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know.
No, because my headset died. Ugh. That just shows how.
I figured.
See, that just shows how much I like this guy, ShadowScoutSwede. I just been here for like the last 2 hours, taking over like the last back half of the stream. Almost forgetting. Yeah. So.
Well, I think it's time to wrap things up now, guys.
Oh, I want to mention someone to you in the back seat again.
I figured.
Yeah. The perks of knowing me behind the scenes. You get a sneak peek on something sometimes.
Yeah.
It was nice to see Bob drop in. Always nice to see you, Caitlin.
Yeah, it was nice to see. Yeah, it's nice to see Kaylin. She's awesome.
Yeah. No, we can't forget Idaho Garden Girl. We can't forget her.
You're very welcome, Idaho Garden Girl. You're very welcome.
Aw.
Yeah. And
I already know I'll see Idaho Garden Girl in a couple hours, like usual. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully she'll be able to get.
Yeah, see you on Sunday, Grumpy.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, take care, stay safe, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Take care, everyone.
stay safe and God bless.